So like I said earlier on, we've covered front end. Front end is the place you create your queries, right? And we all know that the end goal or the essence of all this, or the essence of our career, is to present a report to your clients. Okay, so front end is where you do all those fancy stuff to present the report in the way they want to view it. Back end, it's where you actually do your data modeling and prepare your extractors up for extraction. Okay, the part of back-end development I want to cover today is what you actually do in ECC to prepare your extractors for extraction into BW. Okay, and we already know that we've already created generic extractors. Generic extractors are your own custom-built data sources. And I keep using the word data source and extractors interchangeably because they are the same thing. Okay, so do not get confused. So anything you created yourself, any extractor you created yourself is a generic data source. Any extractor that came pre-delivered, it came standard with the system. SAP has pre-configured some extractors already because it knows how companies operate and it knows what fields companies would want to see their reports on. So it has some pre-configured extractors already that comes with the system. And those extractors are called standard data sources. Okay, so if you hear me say standard extractor or, delivered extractor or business contents data source, just know that it is nothing to do with any of your custom objects. It's delivered, it's pre-delivered, it came in standard, and SAP did that. And you'd realize that its technical name, most often than not, will start with a 0. So when you see an extractor start with 0, 0 material underscore ATTR, okay, or anything 0, 0, 2 LIS underscore 11 underscore V A header. When you see it's prefixing with 0, just know that it is standard. It came standard. Okay, and it's very important that you be able to distinguish between standard extractors against generic extractors. When you can distinguish them, you will know that you treat them differently. There are a lot of similarities in how you treat them or how you prepare them for extraction. But it's very, very important to know what a standard extractor looks like and what a non-standard extractor looks like. Okay, so for your tape, anything with 0, anything that prefixes with 0 comes in delivered. All right, so if you have extractors like this, there are steps. You don't just go into BW and just replicate them. You will not be able to do that. They are prerequisites. And when I say prerequisites, they are preliminary activities that you have to do in ECC first before you can get into BW to even replicate them. And that is what I'm going to, go through with you. So let me put this point down, and then the subtopic. So the main topic is steps in extracting data from ECC. The subtopic is loading 0 material underscore ATTI, and I'm going to put into bracket standard extractors, so you know that I'm specifically talking about standard data sources. To BW, ECC activities. Okay, so our first pointer is you will go to RSA5. None of you mentioned RSA5. From today, please do not forget RSA5. RSA5, and let me log in there. I'm sure you've been there, but just to I hope the system is not slow today. Okay. Just so you know that certain things are a no-no to forget. Okay. So the first place you want to go to is RSA5. And if this pop-up is what I'm seeing, that is going to be a very, very good thing for you. Okay, you guys are very lucky to see this. This is I'm liking this. So usually when you go to companies, right, you will get projects that are in different phase, okay? And what I mean by that is you may have a project that is fresh implementation. Okay, the company just bought SAP fresh. They were previously on another ERP system, but they bought SAP fresh, so they're not even, a month old yet, so they don't have anything in their system at all. So when you're fortunate enough, or when you get a client like this part of the explanation I'm coming to give right now will come in very handy. Okay, but I came into RSA5 so you will notice how it looks like and how different it is like from RSA6. If you do not pay attention, you will not see the difference. So I'm going to open another session and get into RSA6, and I'll show you the difference and what each transaction code does. Okay. Okay, so do you see right here? This is RSA6. RSA6, see what it says over here. It says post-process data sources. Okay, post-process data sources. And RSA5, this RSA5. RSA5 says installation of data source from business content. One says post-process, and the other says installation of data source. So that means that post-process is post-installation, after you've done the installation. So one comes before the other. RSA5 is where you come to activate all extractors. Any standard extractor you are interested in loading, you have to activate it first. If you do not, if that extractor is not active, you will not be able to do anything with it. Please never forget this. Okay, so RSA5 is where you go to activate, to install, or activate standard or business content extractors. Okay, so installation of data source from business content. That is what it says, and that's exactly what it does. And the essence of this is, and I'm just gonna put a little pointer over here, A. Okay, as part of the 1. It is a must to activate a data source before you can, or let me rephrase it. So you need to activate a data source prior to loading data into BW. Okay, so what that means, and it's so simple, is if you want to load data into BW, we know that you need an extractor for that. You need a data source for that. Will you be able to replicate the data source or load data into BW without activating the extractor? The answer is no. So RSA5 is very, very, very important. If you do not activate extractor in RSA5, you cannot do anything with it. Okay, so that is what RSA5 is. Second point is this, and is the second step. You go to RSA6, and the only reason you go to RSA6 is to make sure that your extractor is active. So any extractor, all extractors, every extractor that is standard, that SAP is already pre-delivered, will be in RSA5. Okay? When upon activation in RSA5, that activated extractor will move to RSA6. It doesn't mean that you will not still find that extractor in RSA5. RSA5 will have all extractors, whether activated or not. Okay, and I'm going to repeat that again. RSA5 will have all pre-delivered data sources, whether it is active or not. When you activate a data source, you will see that activated data source in RSA6. So RSA6 only has activated data sources, meaning that when you activate an extractor in RSA5, you will be able to see it in RSA6. You should see it in RSA6. If you do activation and it does not show in RSA6, that means that your activation was not successful. Okay, so RSA6 will always, or I will not say always, RSA6 most often than not will be a subset of RSA5, meaning that it will not, or is not supposed to have everything that RSA5 has. It will only have the data sources that have been activated. Because see what the title says, the heading. It says that post-processed data sources. So if you have not processed the data source yet, if you have not activated it yet, it will not show in RSA6. Okay? So if you're looking to load in zero material, like I said, you want to load zero material into BW, and you come to RSA5 and you see that data source, that means that it's activated. You do not have to go back to RSA5 to activate it. Okay, and one thing I always say is that concepts are very key. If you understand something, then you know that, okay, if this is what this does, and I've already done it, then I don't need to repeat it again. Okay, it's just like saying, you know, for health reasons, somebody says that it is always good to wash your hands before you eat. Okay, and let's say you wash your hands a minute before your food was served. You've already washed your hands. You don't have to wash it again. Or it is, you know, your practice to always wash your plate before you eat, or, you know, or before you dish food out into it. But let's say somebody else washed it for you. It's already washed. It's already clean. The main point of washing your plate before you dish anything into it is to make sure it's clean. So if the plate is already clean, there's really no point washing it again. You can wash it, you know, for your own, you know, if you so wish. But the point is, it's pointless. If it's already clean, there is no point cleaning it up again. Okay. So RSA5, you only go to RSA5 if you need to activate a data source. You want to use an extractor, it's not active, go activate it. Where do you go? RSA5. You want to load data into BW, you go into RSA6, the data source is already there. You do not have to go back to RSA5 because it's already clean. Like I said, it's already active. There's no point going to RSA5. So they all behave differently. It's very important to understand what they do so you know what to do at what stage of project you are on. Okay, let me see the questions that are coming in here. So Ken, you're asking that, is it a good practice to activate without RSA6 if already activated? Yes. If it's already activated, there's no point going to RSA5 because what is the point? It's already active. Don't activate it again. If it is not active, then you have to go to RSA5. But it's very necessary that you know the steps Because most likely than not, if you get a fresh implementation, you go to a company that you are the only BW person they've ever hired. Nobody's ever worked on extractors for them. Most often than not, the data source will not be active because they don't come in activated already. By default, they are not activated. So you have to know that you have to go to RSA 5. Okay, and for interview sake, if you're going through interview and they ask you, what do you do in getting data ready into BW? You have to walk them through the step. Don't assume that the data source would have been activated already. You have to explain to them that this is what you would do if you're in a situation like this. Okay. And sometimes, this is not very often, you will not very often see that, but there is yet another T code that is called RSA9. Okay, and this comes in handy when you have fresh implementations. Okay, and the reason I said this is very good for you is because, I think this ECC system is quite new. Evans just made it for you guys, just specifically for you guys. So that's very good. Sometimes when you come to RSA 5, okay, you will not see anything. And when I say anything, you see how we are showing this nodes not connected, and we are saying OTCT, all of these. Sometimes you will not see anything. The only thing you see is nodes not connected. Okay, and I'm not even showing SAP over here. I'm not even showing SAP R3 or anything. So, and when I came in first, let me try and get in again. I'll show you the pop-up that came. So I'm trying to log into RSA 5 again. And you see this? It says that no valid application component hierarchy exists. So when you see a message like this, then it comes in handy to go to RSA 9. Okay. So I'm going to go to RSA 9, then force the component hierarchy into RSA 5, and then I'll explain that again. And just so we know what this is, get a clear understanding of what this is, I'm going to go into, sometimes when you have things like this, pop-ups like this, it could be a warning, it could be an error, it could just be something giving you an information. And just like it says on top, it's an information. If you want to find more detailed information about it, you click on this question mark thing. It says help. You either click that or you click F1 on your keyboard. Okay, so I'm going to click the question mark, and let's see if it's going to give us further information. Okay, so it says that no valid application component hierarchy exists. And we already know what application component is, right? Application component, if you're in BW, before you can create a data source, you need an application component. It is just for organizational purpose, right? You don't need that. You don't need the application component to load data, but you need that to organize your data sources for you, right? And let me go into BW real quick. You see all these, it is an application component. Without that, you will not be able to create a data source. And I'm sure you've all created, several of these. Without that, you were not even able to create, replicate your generic extractor. Because what are you going to stand under? Just like you'd create info areas or you'd create catalogs to organize your objects, your BW objects for you, application component also organizes data sources into their various functional areas. Okay. So, and it says hierarchy. Hierarchy is just the different functional areas that application components come under. That is all it means to it. So diagnosis is giving you a solution to the problem. It says that currently no application component hierarchy database table exists in the system. This is required in BW so that the data sources can be displayed correctly in the source system tree. Procedure, how do you do that? It says that copy the application components hierarchy from the content using transaction RSA9. So that was the reason I put RSA 9 over here. Okay, is it part of the regular steps, your step-by-step approach? No. You only do that if you get this warning. Okay, that means that you have to go and force that hierarchy into RSA 5. And you'll get this a lot with fresh implementations, fresh systems. Okay, so I'm going to go into RSA 9 to get the application component into RSA 5. So just see how RSA 5 is right now. Just observe it. Okay. The first thing we see when I expanded the nodes not connected is this TCT thing over here, component, application component over here. We don't see anything that says SAP R3 or SAP BW or whatever. We don't see anything at all, right? So I'm going to go into RSA 9 right now. And then it says that confirm prompts. What do we need to confirm? Do you want the content application transfer component hierarchy? Yes, I want it. That's the reason I came here. So you're going to say yes. If you say no, then you're as good as not even coming here at all. And that is all you do. You just say yes, and then it just transfers that for you. And we are going to treat this thing, this pop-up that comes. I've mentioned this before, that this is for transport. So you can organize all activities you're doing into one package and transport it into another system. I will take this transport thing as a separate topic. Okay, so I'm not going to go too detailed into that. But I'm just going to click local object because I'm not interested in transporting this. At least not yet. So when you get this pop-up, when you're doing anything, just do local objects. Okay, when we cover transport, you would understand. Okay, so it says that the application component hierarchy was transferred from the content. So that means that we transferred it. It was successful. So I'm going to go into RSA 5, and then let's see if we notice any difference. So do you see that? Initially, we only had nodes not connected. We did not have BW. We did not have BW tech, and we did not have PI basis. And all these three application components, they have extractors that are BW. I mean, they are relevant for BW. Okay. So we just went and transferred that. So you only go to RSA 9 if you need to transfer that. So RSA 9 is, I'll just put transfer application components hierarchy. So if you don't need, if you have everything, you have the components you need in RSA 5, there is no point going to RSA 9. Okay. So that was point 3. Point 4. So point 1 is go to RSA 5, install or activate the standard data source. And then I say you need to do that prior to loading data into BW. In RSA 6, only has activated data source. Okay, so what do you do there? The reason you'd want to go there is to verify that your extractor is active. Because if you just do RSA 5 and you don't count RSA 6 to verify, it could be that your activation was not successful. So, you know, it depends on you. But I would verify that it is an RSA 6 before I will move on to do whatever else I have to do. So you only come here, RSA 6, to make sure that data source is active. Okay. And then once you verify that you activated in RSA 5, and you know what, let me put this first. RSA9, I'm going to put RSA9 first. No, I'll just leave it as is. It's, it doesn't matter how I arrange it. For you to explain this to somebody, you have to understand what each and every transaction does. You have to understand what each transaction does and the concept behind that. And it's very important you listen to, because I'm going to quiz you after this. Okay, so I'm not going to rearrange it. You should be able to know which one to do first, depending on what your need is. So 4, you've activated it, you have verified it. I'm getting an echo. Can you guys have your phones on mute? I'm getting an echo. Can you guys have your phones on mute? Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I'm still getting the echo. Okay, I'm still getting the echo. Anna, I think you're not on mute. Can you please mute your mic, please? Okay. Thanks, Anna. So you're done activating it. Next step you do is you go into BW and replicate it. Okay, before that, you want to make sure that your extractor can actually, you want to test extraction. You want to make sure that your extractor can actually load data. It can actually extract data. Okay, you know how we all go to hospital for checkup, right? Let's say your head is aching, or you just get stomach upset, or something happens to you. You go to do checkup to make sure that you are fine. You're functioning properly, or there's nothing seriously happening to you. So you go for checkup. So I'll call RSA3 as checkup. You just want to test that your extractor can actually load data for you. Okay, so you come to RSA3 to do test extraction. And another name for RSA3, people call it extraction checker. And that is what really it is. You just want to check it up. Okay, just to test extraction, to even make it more clearer. You come to RSA3 to test that data source can extract. Okay, so RS3 is just to check it, and that's all there is to it. And the reason it's necessary is you want to test it first before you even attempt to load data into BW, right? Because when you're loading data in BW, you stand in BW and pull the data. That is where you create your info package in BW, not in ECC. So if you don't test it in ECC and you don't even know if it can extract or not, and you just go into BW, create your info package, and hit schedule, and you think once you've done schedule, it's okay, it's supposed to pull the data for you, you may be surprised. Okay, so you want to test it first. If it's not functioning properly, you want to, attend to that before you even go to BW to try to load. Sometimes it may not pass the test. The extraction checker may not pass, but sometimes it will load anyway into BW. So it depends, but it's very necessary you check it first before you go into BW. So these are what you do in ECC just to prepare the data source for loading. Remember that all these activities are not loading the data yet. You're just preparing it for extraction. Okay. The last thing you do as part of the steps is to finally go into BW and replicate the data source you are interested in. Stand in BW and replicate the data source you are interested in. And just so I cover this, there are several ways in doing that. Okay. You probably have already covered it, but I'm already here, so I just want to treat that quickly. So any data source you've activated, let's say you activated 10 data sources in ECC, okay, and they all fall under materials management application components, and you want to replicate just one data source out of the 10. If you stand over here, if you stand under the right application component and you right click and do replicate, what happens is all the 10 will show up in BW. So any data source that is active, if you stand under its application component and you right click and do replicate, it replicates all of it for you. The downside to that is, the good side to that is you get to replicate so many of them in one shot. Okay, so that's a good side. The downside is if you are only interested in just one and you have 10 of them or 20 of them active, and you don't want to transfer all of them into BW, you don't want to replicate all of them into BW, you only want one, you're only interested in one. That is the downside. When you stand on this application component and you replicate, it will replicate everything for you. Okay, so that is the downside to that. If you want to just replicate one, the best way I know how to do it, because fresh, if you activate a data source in ECC, it will not show in BW yet until you replicate it. If you've already replicated it and you made some changes to it in ECC, you want to replicate it again so you can have the changes show. Since you've already done the replication already, that extractor will show for you. So if you want to replicate again, you can just locate that data source and do right click, you right mouse click on it and just choose replicate metadata. And that will just replicate just that data source for you because you are standing on it. But remember that if you have not replicated that data source yet, never into BW, it will not even be here for you to stand on it to do replicate, to choose this. Okay, so what I'm explaining to you is if you have never replicated that data source in BW yet, and you do not want to stand over here to transfer everything that is active, you only want to transfer just what you're interested in, this is the wrong way to do it. The way to do it, to just get just that data source for you, is by going to this transaction code called RSDS. Okay, transaction RSDS. You come over here and then you specify that data source you want. So if you want zero material, you specify that over here. And then you want to assign the right source system is coming from. Because, and one thing you have to understand that companies can have complex landscapes, okay? They can have 3 different ECC systems connected to one BW system. Okay, it is very possible and it's a very normal thing in real life. And that is the reason it's very necessary to specify which source system the data source you are interested in, or the data source you are interested in replicating, is coming from. If you don't choose the right source system, it will not replicate. So if I know that it's an ECC, right? So I have to choose this because then, fortunately, we only have one ECC system connected to the BW system, so it's just this one. If I go choose flat file, it will fail. You will not be able to replicate it because this data source, zero material, is not in your flat file. Okay, so you specify the right source system. And then once you specify that, you come to this top menu over here that says data source, click on it, and then do replicate data source. Once you click replicate data source, it just replicates just this extractor you have specified. Okay, so this is another way in doing the replication. Now let me go back to my points. So start in BW and replicate the data source.
Eva, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Can I ask you a question? Can you repeat that? That transaction code was RSDS as in David?
That transaction code is RSDS.
Okay.
RSDS. Okay. Okay, if you only have one source system, like we do over here, you still have to specify. It will not take it, and that was what we did. So I'm going to take this out, and then I already put the data source in. If you do enter, it will not fill it in. It will. You still manually have to come in here and put the source system in here, unfortunately. And then you do replicate and you're done. Okay. So these are all there is to, this is all there is to the steps, what you do in getting your data ready for extraction. Loading the data itself, I'm not going to go through it because you already know. Okay, but to make my points or my my PowerPoint slide look good, I'm just going to type it out, but you already know what to do. Okay, so once you're done replicating it, do your modeling, and you can choose to do modeling first. It doesn't matter. Do modeling first before you do all these steps. But before you can load data all the way to the target, have your model in place. Do modeling and have data flow in place. And once you have that, schedule or execute info package. And what that does is info package into brackets. I'll do info package loads to PSA. You already know that, so we don't need to go over that. And then once you're done, you schedule or execute DTP. And what that does is loads from PSA to target. And then you're done. And then you finally go to your front end, pick up your target, and then build your report on top of it, and that's it. You're done. Okay, so this is what you do for standard data sources. Okay, these are the prerequisites. Every standard data source, it doesn't matter what it is, whether it's finance-based or sales-based or HR or whatever, these are the standards. RSA 5, RSA 6, RSA 9, RSA 3, you have to know them. You have to use them. Okay. All right. So those are the pointers. And the reason I had to go over this, even though I'm so sure everyone's already touching this, is so to press your mind up to, for what you do for logistics extractors. Okay, so these are standard. Whether logistics or non-logistics, you will do these. But there are extra activities you do to data sources that are logistics related. Okay, and if you don't understand what I'm saying, this is all I'm saying. Let me come over here to RSA 5. And you see, I'll explain that in a minute. Why am I not getting the structures I'm looking for? Okay, so we're gonna go through. Why is it saying LBWE does not exist? Evans, Evans, if you can hear me, can you take a look at this transaction before I start logistics? Okay, so I'm gonna walk you through. We're gonna do the steps we've done over here. So I'll know that at least we covered that. Okay, so like I said, the first point is RSA 5. Okay, so we're just gonna take any extractor. So we're gonna go into RSA 5. I'm not finding zero material, so I'm just gonna use any data source. Right now. So let's say I'm interested in, let me just see. Oh, it doesn't matter. They're all data sources. Let's see. Enterprise procurement model, PI basis, business partner, case management, general data sources. Okay. So let's say I'm interested in loading this data source, this country text. Okay, so first of all, you highlight it, and then you do activate data source. That is how you activate it. You click over here. It activates it for you. And then we'll go find it in RSS 6. I'm going to delete it from RSS 6 just so we make sure that it is not there, and then you see how it transfers or how a copy of it gets into RSS 6 upon activation. So we already know this. I'm not interested in transporting it, so I just want to make it local to the source system. Okay, it says activation successfully completed. I'm going to copy the technical name, and let's see if we're going to find it in RSA 6. So this is RSA 6. And I was in here before I went to transfer the. All right, so let me get in again. I'm going to expand everything. I'm going to do a find. And there we go. It's over here. Okay. It doesn't mean that it got deleted from RSA 5. It will still be in RSA 5. Okay, a copy of it comes over here. So don't forget that. So I'm going to delete this so we know it's not here. And when I delete it, okay, I think I logged it up, so it's not letting me delete it. Let me get out of here. We will delete it, and then we'll make sure that it's not in RSS 6 at all. We'll go activate it, and then it will show up again. Okay. So let me go back. RSA 6. Let me make sure I'm not logged. I want to make sure I'm not logged at all. So RSA 6. Okay, I'm going to expand this. Now I'm showing the deletion. I'm going to find it. It's right here. And then this is the deletion button. I'm already highlighted. I'm going to delete it. It says, do I want to delete it? Yes. So once you delete it, that means that it is no longer active, right? That is what it means. So it's not here. I can try to search for it. It will not show anything up. So if it is not active, you will not even be able to check whether you can extract data from it. You won't be able to do anything with it until you activate it. So I'm going to go back to RSA 5. And this is RSA 5. It's here. I'm going to activate it again. And it will show up once I'm done activating it. So it says complete. I'm going to come over here. And I don't see any refresh button here, unfortunately. So I have to go out and come back in again. Expand on everything. And then here we go. It's back again. Okay, so that's how you activate it. The second point is, so we just covered the first and second. You activate it and then verify that it's an RSA 6. And then once you're done verifying, you do RSA 3. Remember that I'm skipping RSA 9 because you only do that if you need to transfer the application component hierarchy. Do not go to RSA 5, RSA 9. Immediately you finish verifying the extractor. It's pointless. Okay, applying knowledge is key over here. So this does something totally different. So you don't have to come if you've already done it. Okay, and you most often than not, RSA 9 will even come before RSA 5. So the next point is to do the RSA 3. So we're going to test the extraction. There are two ways in doing that. This icon right here that says data source extraction test will take you into RSA 3. You can either log into RSA 3 directly or you can head over here. So I'm going to do both of them so you see. So I highlighted it and then I'm going to go into RSA 3 from here. So I click this thing over here. It brings me to RSA 3. And RSA 3 says extractor checker. And that's all it does. You're just checking it up. You click this little clock on top over here to test it. And remember, you are only testing it. You are not extracting data yet. Data extraction is done from BW. It is a pull. It is not a push. It's taking its sweet time. Okay, it's compiling, so at least we know it's working. So once it's done testing it, it will present a number of records for you. Once you get that, you know that your extractor is in good shape. Okay, so it says that 489 data records selected. So that's good. That means that you're good to go. You've tested, the extraction test is passed. Okay, so the other way to come in here again, is, you can do it from RSS 6, that was what we just did. Another way is by typing it in directly, doing RSA 3, and then it brings you over here. Then you will put in the data source name over here, and then you do the same thing. Okay, so that's pretty much what you do. So that covers the 4th point. So once you're done that, replicating we've already done. Go into BW, replicate, and if you already have your data flow in place, then there's no need doing modeling again. Okay, because you already have it. And then, schedule your PSA loads, and then schedule your target loads, and that's it, you're done. Okay, and then if you'd see over here, you'd realize that they have grouped all these application components, and these are the application components. Okay, there's 0 EPM, 0 ESM, and all that. And you see, they all prefix with 0 because they are delivered. I did not create them. And if you realize, they are all grouped into functional areas. So if you see this, it says that case management. Okay, case management. This says audit management. They are functional areas. They are different functional areas. This also says organizational management. This says financial services. This says quality management. They are all different functional areas. Okay, so that is how SAP groups their data sources. And the reason they do that is so that you will know which one to use depending on what data you want to see. And if you've watched previous videos, Evans's sessions, if you've watched any of the previous classes, I'm not sure if you covered that in this class, you'd realize that sometimes, he explains how the different departments on the job all fit together. Okay. Yes, Ken, you're right. So Ken is saying that we used to see SAP R3 hierarchy, but not showing right now after doing RSA9. Yes, we're supposed to show that. And that is what will show you, most of the data sources would see. I'm not even able to get into LBWE, which is a very important transaction code as far as logistics is concerned. So something might be going on with this system. I'll check with Evans on that, but it's supposed to show. Yes. This is probably a new system, or I'm probably using the wrong ECC system. But just so I'm sure, is this the details you guys have for the ECC system you have? Is it Richmond? Oh, it's Houston. It's not Richmond, right? Is that right? Can you guys check your details for me? You use Richmond. Okay. And it's 06? Okay, so if it's right, then
it's Richmond
okay.
at 06.
Then I'm in the right system. So you're right. It doesn't look like what you used to see. I think it came down, and Evans is trying to get it better. So he's probably still working on something. I will check with him on that. But you are supposed to see, when you go to RSA9 and transfer the hierarchy, whatever is there is supposed to show. So he may have deleted it, or he probably took the installation out or something. I don't know. Yeah. So it will come back up. You will see the RSA, the SAP R3. Yeah, because I wish I could see it. It will make all this functional thing I'm explaining much clearer. Yeah, and Evans, if you can hear me, please, can you work on that? Because we have to cover logistics today.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
If that happens on the job, the same thing that happens on a past system, is it our responsibility to bring it back up?
No, it is not our responsibility. So that is purely technical role. And they're just like, your profession is BI, SAP BW, right? They are other SAP professionals. They are called bases. What they do is they install the system, and they will make sure that the system is in good health for you to work on. So any issues with systems like this, you have to escalate the problem to the basis guys. It's not your job definition. Evans is a solution. He does everything. He knows everything SAP. So he does the system installations himself. He does everything. But it's not a BW job. It's a basis role.
Oh, okay, I got you. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so this would not even throw us off at all. But yeah, if he brings the RSA, and it's good you've seen it before, so you know that it looks kind of different. Again, if you remember exactly how it used to look like, you'd realize that you see different data sources grouped into different functional areas. You would see finance, financial management, if you remember clearly. You will also see sales and distribution. You would see different. Hold on one second. What is this? Okay, you see different functional areas, just like in BW. Let me go into BW real quick and show you just the way it is in BW. It is exactly the same way you see in ECC. Okay, so over here, when you come under SAP9, and this is what we're supposed to show in ECC. Okay, when you come under here, you see that these are all different functional areas. There's public sector management, there's accounting general, there is controlling, customer service, enterprise controlling, financial accounting, investment management, logistics, materials management, personal management. These are all various departments in companies. It doesn't mean that your company will have all these departments. Okay, but at least you have a department that will have the finance department. Okay, so whatever they do, all their data, if you're interested in their data, it will be in any of these extractors over here. So even within financial accounting, there are other further groupings into vendors, customers, general ledger, because if you do accounting, general ledger, you will deal with it. Okay, asset accounting. And the accountants in the class will appreciate this better because they will know, they'll be familiar with that. Okay, special purpose ledger, different, functional needs. You will have payroll, you have HR department. HR department will process payroll, right? So if you want payroll data, you know that you have to come under this functional area. So SAP is grouped the different extractors under different functional areas. Okay, and there are two main ones. And when I say main, I'm not saying that the only ones. I'm going to categorize all these different functional areas into two different categories, just so we will know. And I'm going to do that so we'll know how we're going to handle them, as far as BW is concerned, or as far as our technical expertise is concerned. Okay, so I'm going to group all of them into two main areas, and they're going to be logistics, extractors, and non-logistics extractors. Okay, so the non-logistics extractors are going to be anything under HR, anything under HR functional area. HR is part of non-logistics. Finance is part as well. And HR, finance, and what again? And remember that finance has a whole lot of it underneath it. Finance comprises AR, AP, GL, asset accounting, controlling, COPA. It comprises a whole bunch of sub-modules. Okay, and the same for HR. HR also comprises different sub-modules under them. But holistically, non-logistic extractors are going to be your HR extractors and your finance. If anything else comes to mind, I'll put it up here. Logistics extractors are going to be your SD data sources, your MM, which is your purchasing data sources, your PP, your inventory management, etc. And you have a feel of what logistics extractors are as we move on. Okay, and the reason I group them into two main headings is because anything that is non-logistics related, any extractor that falls under non-logistics, this is what you do to them. The steps we've highlighted over here, that is all you do for them to prepare them for extraction. Any extractor that falls under logistics, you do these, but there are other extra steps you do for them. Okay, so let me put over here. For non-logistics extractors, the above step-by-step activities in extracting data to BW are all you do. Yes, if it makes sense, are all you do. Or rather, to make it even sound better, yes, I'm referring to the standard extractor steps. Thank you. I think I'll just make it as simple as that. So remember that everything I'm talking about, whether logistics or non-logistics, they are all standard extractors. Okay, I'm not talking about generic extractors here at all. I'm talking about standard extractors. So I'm grouping the standard extractors into two main headings: logistics related and non-logistics related. And the logistics related are the SD, the MM, the PP, the IM, the etc. The non-logistics are anything HR related and anything finance related. Okay, so for the non-logistics, extractors, it's just as simple as RSA 5, RSA 6, and I know you know what I mean already, RSA 3. Okay, and RSA 9. You can add that. That's all you do. For logistics will be everything here plus more. Okay, so we're going to go into logistics so you get it. Okay, so are there any questions so far before I get into logistics? Do you guys have any questions so far? Any confusions? As far as having these main groupings, these two main, logistics and non-logistics, anybody confused over here? Okay, I guess not. All right, so the main topic and the reason I had to go through all this is to prep you up for logistics. So the main topic for today is logistics. Okay, why is logistics so important? And as far as I'm concerned, logistics, if it's not the most important topic in SAP, it is for sure one of the important ones. Okay, it is one of the must-knows. So can anybody tell me what logistics is and why is it so important? Anybody read anything up on logistics? Or when we say logistics, what comes to mind? You know, how do you get it? And can you type
kind of
something
transport?
in? Okay. You said logistics have the sense of transport or something else. No, logistics is not transport at all. Okay, logistics is one of the major topics in BW, and it is a group of data sources that are termed logistics. That is why over here, I put over here that I'm going to categorize all the standard extractors into two main headers. Even though we went into BW and we saw that there are different data sources, right, different functional areas. We've seen accounting, public sector, controlling, blah, blah, blah. All these different things you're seeing over here, payroll, time, like for instance, time management and payroll. Over here, they've grouped them into two separate. But as far as I'm concerned, they're all HR related. Okay, so time management and HR and payroll is all HR. Training and events is also HR. Okay, so looking at all these different data sources, I am grouping them, or SAP groups them into two major headings, or into two major category. It's either logistics related or non-logistics related. And I said that the logistics related extractors are the SD, MMPP, blah, blah, blah. The non-logistics are anything HR related or finance related. Okay, so logistics is not transport. I'm talking about the functional areas that collectively form what we call logistics. Does that help? Do you get it? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Why actually? I was using real life scenarios actually.
You're using real life, and I like that. Grouping, that's good. I like that.
Well, you know what you said is sales and distribution and material management, because you transport materials. When you do the sales distribution, you're transporting. You know, sales and distribution. On that sense, because I
so
put it
transport you said, you're talking about transport. Okay. Do you know what came to mind when you said transport? I was thinking about transport in BW, like that.
No, not package. No, not package okay. Transport actually.
So you do have the idea, yes. You do have the idea. I mean, it's not complete. That is not all there is to logistics. But yes, in real life, you do have the idea. And I like that. Thank you. And this is real life, you know, so sometimes it helps a lot if you apply a lot of life, you know, real life issues or real life scenarios to these, because these are life. Sales and distribution, material management, it's not technical, it's business. It's a business process, right? It's a business process. So that is very good. So I want somebody else besides Khan to tell me what they think logistics is. You know, just by, you know, the literal translation of the word. Can anybody, you know, tell me what they think logistics is? What will make anything logistics? Or when we say logistics, what does it mean? Okay, I like the pointers. Warehousing is good, but take me to be a layperson. I don't understand this. Okay, how can you break it down for me to understand what logistics is? The word is too huge for me. It's too much of a big word. Break it down. If you tell me warehousing, it's another big word to me. Can you break it down? And I'm not hearing Beatrice in class today at all. Beatrice, if you're there, can you at least make some noise? Okay, Beatrice is not there. I'm liking all your answers, but I wish I can hear your voices though. Can you unmute yourself and, you know, I don't want the class to be there. Just say it. Akria, I like what you said, but can you say it to me so we can capture that?
Eva, I think to me, logistics is managing and controlling the flow or supply of goods, information, personnel, and other business functions.
Thank you, and that is so right. That is very right. Yes. Any other explanation? Any other point? Anybody else? Can anybody else say something else on logistics? You can take whatever Ikea said and tweak it in your own words. That would do. Any other ideas? Wara, I haven't heard from you today.
I think logistics is getting a product or a service to a desired location.
Getting what?
A product or service to a desired location.
Okay. So you all have the idea. That is right. Yes. Roxanne, I have to call you, man. Can you tell me what you think of logistics? Roxanne, you're probably on mute. I cannot hear you. Roxanne, are you there? Okay, let me move to somebody else. Adewale. Adewale.
Aiba. Aiba. Yeah, I can just, let me build up on what Chris said.
Anna, can you hold on 1 second? Anna, I think you have your mic unmuted. Can you please mute your mic?
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, Ade, go ahead.
Yeah, I can just build on what Aquia said earlier. Like, managing and controlling the flow of supply of goods from one point of origin to the point of destination.
Okay. All right, great. Anna, what do you think? What can you give me?
Yeah.
What do you think? What can you give me?
I guess just to elaborate on what Apu said, so mainly like managing your supply chain, managing your inventory, just information with your suppliers and customers.
Thank you. You gave me all the keywords I wanted to use. Supply chain, inventory. That's very great. Thanks. Okay, so you all have the idea, and that touches me so much. Anna, can you mute your mic?
Okay.
Thanks. Yes, Vera, you can add distribution. So every answer you've given is right, and that is really all there is to logistics. Okay, so getting everything you're saying, the supply chain, the buying, the selling, the transportation, the management, in controlling inventory and all that, and that, when you picture that in mind, that it's quite, what would even be a good way to describe that? Those are very delicate activities, right? Very rampant activities, very, will rigorous do? Probably no. It's like it's the main heartbeat of businesses, right? Would that make sense? Okay, you're all on mute. Yeah, but that makes sense. So I'm gonna attempt to go a little functional, and then we'll come back to the technical side so you would all get the essence of all this. And I don't want you to view this software as strictly technical. All there is to it is just creating queues, loading data, and building reports. No, there's so much to it. And the essence of this software really is to help businesses. The main goal, or the main reason this software, or the reason it's called Enterprise Resource Planner, it's so businesses can track whatever they are doing, to help businesses do well, plan their businesses well. How do you plan if you don't have information? It's so you can provide information on how the business is doing, so they can plan very well. So it is a resource. Anything that brings, growth to you or brings improvement to you is a resource. So enterprise resource planner, the software is a resource to the company because it helps company plan and it helps the company take decisions, certain key decisions that, can only make companies grow. So that is what this software is about. So if this software cannot achieve that goal, then it's really useless. The cubes, the scheduling process chains, the data loads, the generic extractors, the RSA5s, the RSA6 would all mean nothing if you cannot bring business benefit, or you cannot improve the business. Then what is the use of the software? It's really nothing. Okay, so I'm going to divert to go a little functional a little bit. So you'd realize that companies, and this is real life, we're not talking SAP at all, and you can take wherever you're working at, as a good example. I'm not sure where you all work at, but wherever you're working, whether it's a retail company, or it's a bank, or it is a manufacturing company, or whatever, there are different kinds of companies, right? And depending on the nature of the company, they all do different things. They all have their own business processes. Okay, so if you take a bank, for instance, a typical bank process, I believe, will be to just take funds from its customers, probably invest those funds, and, give loans out, approve loans, collect interests from customers, etc. Those would be a typical business process for a bank, for a financial institution. Okay, if I take a retail company, for instance, what comes to mind, or a typical business process would be buying stuff from vendors or from manufacturers and then selling it out to customers. And within that set of activities, there are other intermediary activities that they would do. And that would be, if you buy stuff, you have to have a warehouse to store that, right? Because you cannot put everything you buy on a shelf. And there are some companies that will not even keep inventory of their goods at all. For instance, the company I'm working at right now, it's a wholesale pharmaceutical distributor. Okay, so it distributes drugs to hospitals, pharmacies, and all that. And sometimes, as part of our activities or as part of our business process, what they do is, sometimes for some drugs, they do not keep inventory. Okay, so they have what is called drop shipment. We buy, a customer calls in and orders, or a hospital calls in to order for, let's say, Advil. Okay, and my company does not manufacture that. Another company manufactures the Advil. So instead of we getting the Advil, buying the Advil from whoever the vendors are and keeping stock of that Advil and then waiting for customers to make demand and then ship it out to the customers, we don't do that. For certain drugs, what we do is customers places the order directly to us, through us, and then we order from the vendor, and then we have the vendor ship it directly to the customer. So we don't hold that stock at all. So we don't have inventory of that. For certain things, we have inventory. We keep it. And then upon, customers place an order, we just ship it out to them. Okay, so all these different activities are called business processes. Depending on what you're doing, there are different processes or different activities you do, and these are all business. If you work in a manufacturing company, you probably have a plant where you have different plants where you build different things. My brother used to work for Hyundai. He worked for Hyundai, Evans, and Hyundai is a car manufacturing company. Right, and one day we went on a tour to Hyundai, and we saw how they actually build cars, and it was a refreshing thing to see. So the whole tour from start to finish, we actually saw how the entire process is. So we went to the different plants. They have different plants, and one plant probably, designs the car, Another plant designs the car seat. Another plant does the door. Another plant does the glass. Or another department, instead of having a plant that would manufacture the glass or the windscreen, it will probably order that already made from another manufacturer. Okay, so depending on whatever their company structure is set out, they do different sets of things. Okay, so a typical manufacturing company will have plants where it builds different parts. And then there will be another plant that will fit all those parts together. And the entire tour, it was a robot that was building the car. There was a robot who will pick up one material from this plant, transport it to another plant, fit it together, put this and this together, fit it together, and then before you realize, it was at the final stage where they have all the car fit together, and then they just dip it into a plant. So another plant had the paint. You know, they would just dip the entire car into a paint, and then it would just come out fresh with the color and everything well painted. And then it goes into another plant where they do the polishing, and then they do the screws together. They put the rubbers and, you know, the car seats and all that together. They fit all that. So it's all processes. And these are real life things that go on in businesses. So what SAP or what this software is supposed to help you do is supposed to capture all these processes. And remember earlier on when I taught you how data goes into SAP, remember I was saying that if, you know, somebody calls into order, somebody will go into a screen, just like you would go into RSA5. They also have their offices, transaction codes they go to do stuff. Okay, so SAP software tracks processes. It does that. It tracks processes, and all these processes gets captured into different functional areas. Okay, and depending on what company you are, if you are a retail company, you probably never touch HR. You know, you will touch HR a lot because everybody does HR, everybody does payroll. You have employees, you have to pay them, but that is not your business. You are not an HR company. There are some companies that all they do is they just process payroll for other companies, and that's all they do. So that is different from the normal payroll thing that, you know, your bank will pay you. It's different. Okay, so let's bring real life into SAP and into the software, because the software is supposed to help you capture the real life so you can track your processes and then, you know, be able to get information from whatever you have tracked in future if you need to see certain KPIs, you know, how your company is doing. Okay, so having said that, let's take Walmart and Bank of America side by side. We know Bank of America is a financial institution. Walmart is a retail company. It's not a manufacturing company. Okay, so when you go to Walmart and you go to Bank of America, and this will not always be the same, but we want to talk the general term. Okay, which of these two places do you think will be very busy? Has anybody gone to a bank and has queued up? I mean, you've had like a whole lot of queue, and you've been waiting for an hour just to have your money deposited. Has anybody been met with that before? Not yet. Okay. Khan says not yet. Vera says yes. Vera, I'd love to hear this. And that is true, yeah, but I'd love to hear this. Can you unmute yourself? I want us to talk.
Okay, I'm here.
So take Bank of America.
Hello. Not here though. Sorry, not in America.
Not in America, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But typically, if you take Walmart and you take Bank of America, generally you would assume that Walmart would be a busier environment over Bank of America, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Because in Walmart, when you go to Walmart, you will not see any cashier standing idle. If you've ever worked at Walmart, you'd realize that you probably, you know, from when you get in 8 o'clock to 5 o'clock, whenever you get out, you'll probably be standing on your feet. If you go to Bank of America, yeah, they may be standing on their feet, but they could be chit-chatting. Or they will you just have somebody, standing there with arms folded, just welcoming people. And really, that's all there is to it. But I'm yet to go to Walmart or to go to any retail company and see any cashier idle. It's rare. It doesn't mean that it will not happen, but it's very rare. That means that every minute somebody is buying something. Every second somebody is buying something. And when you compare the number of aisles or cashiers you have at Walmart against Bank of America, you cannot even compare. Bank of America will probably have 3 or 4 maximum, cashiers. Or, bankers just taking money from you and helping you withdraw your money. If you go to Walmart, you probably have 10 lines, 10 cashiers or 10 different aisles all processing goods. Yeah, oftentimes they are all closed down. Even if they are closed down, you have the self-pay thing, a number of them. And the reason they make all that so much is because, buying and selling, everybody's buying. Every minute people are buying. Okay, it's very rampant than people putting money in bank or withdrawing money, I think. And I want us to dialogue on this because I want this part of the topic to be very, very real. Real life scenarios want to apply to know why, logistics data sources in SAP are treated with very much care. They are handled very differently and they are handled very, very delicately. Before we get into the technical side, I want us to, let's talk real life. So I'm scared to have you unmute yourselves, but if you want to talk, just unmute yourself. Let's dialogue on this. And I could totally be wrong. It's possible that a bank environment will be busier than Walmart. But I want to hear somebody talk to me. So Vera, you are on today. So not in America, you said, but generally what I said makes sense, right? Let me know if it doesn't make sense. Walmart should be busier than Bank of America. True or false?
True.
Okay. If anybody thinks differently, can you type it in there so we can talk about it? And the reason Walmart will be busier is it just makes sense. Somebody can order something online, you have to ship it to the person. Doing shipping, the sort of activities Walmart will do, a bank will not do that. A bank, they get your money, they put it down. How often do you put money? How often do you go withdraw it? You probably put money in there once a month. Go withdraw it probably once a month. Okay, or they give you their financial reports once a month. How often do you go to Walmart to buy stuff? Probably, give or take, once in 3 days or once a week. So it's more rampant than that. And when you go to Walmart, they give you a receipt right away. They don't give you statements after a month. If you buy something you need it shipped today, they have to ship it today for you. A bank will not do shipping. So Walmart is busy. Like, they need more employees to handle their business processes because their business processes will be more delicate and more rampant, more involving than Bank of America, I think. Okay, thanks, Vera. You can go back to me. Okay, so the reason is logistics, and like we've all said, the supply chain, the distribution, the sales, all that, they are all part of logistics. Christopher, thank you. I like this. The bank monitors your transactions too. Yes, they monitor. How many people do you need to monitor? How often do they monitor? It's probably not. It's probably, another software they have put on there to track activities that go on in your transaction. It's not somebody monitoring it minute by minute. It's just flags they have raised that if something happens, if somebody withdraws money more than $500, okay, flag the system, and then it will set an alert to the bank. It is different than Walmart. That is not busy. That is not busy. Walmart cannot have a software in place to take care of returns. If somebody buys something and somebody is returning, you need people to do that for you. That shows how complex it is. If it's possible to have softwares process people bring in material, returns in, they would have had it, because America loves the easy way out. If it's easy to have that, they would have it. But they don't have anything like that because it's a delicate thing. I don't think any software can do that. Yeah, they can process after the human beings have taken the returns and process it. Then they can take the data and deal with it later. But monitoring transactions, you don't need the bank manager to sit by the computer every minute to monitor that. Or give or take. They will not even monitor it on a minute basis. Minute by minute basis. But you can for sure say that every minute somebody would buy something in Walmart. Probably not in your Walmart. Not in your branch. But Walmart as a well. Let's say you are the CEO of all Walmarts. It's the business is yours, whether it's in California or it's in Texas. It's yours. You probably only have one SAP system capturing all the data. Right? So at least every minute you can say that somebody is buying something. Okay, so on that note, logistics, anything that deals with logistics is very delicate in nature. And in real life, one good point you need to know is finance department or finance, they usually do, I want to think of my, I want to, have good choice of words for this. Is there an accountant in this class? Anybody doing finance? Anybody at all? Nobody? No finance guy over here? No accountant in this class? Nobody. Okay. I have worked, and this is still SAP. I've literally done all the modules. Not everything, but almost all. I've worked in finance. I've done finance work. I've done logistics very much. And I can tell you this for sure, that the kind of reports that managers want to see that are finance related are not, most of them are monthly. Okay, because they close their books monthly. And all these financial reports, sometimes because it's a standard requirement, US demands that they publish their financial statement, they are usually yearly. Okay, when I compare the kind of reports or the rampant nature of finance reports against logistics is more. Like logistics data, logistics report, manager would want to see daily. Every day they need to see report. Finance, you will not, yes, it doesn't mean that they will not see daily reports on their finances, but most often than not, you'd see monthly reports. Okay, so the demand for finance or, logistics is more rampant in nature against the non-logistics. For instance, HR, how often would you want to pull information on your employee? Not daily, not minute by minute. And there are some sales reports that managers want to see every 30 minutes. Every 30 minutes, what are my returns? How many people are returning stuff? How many people are buying stuff? Okay, and this is real life. So because of that, SAP, as intelligent as it is, or as intelligent as the software is supposed to be, they want to make sure that no data that is logistics related should even have a 1% chance of getting lost in the system. They've put in place extra activities that has to be done to make sure that you are getting the data right and you are getting it right. And another reason too is, they've added extra steps in making sure that you are capturing everything is the rampant nature of the way logistics are. Okay, so let's say, for instance, what would even be a good example? Let's see. Let's say, for instance, you are a taxi driver, okay, and you have a lot of people, and that is just how the nature of your business is. You always have people to pick up. You never have breathing space. There is always people to pick up. Against somebody who, let's say, has a ship. Okay, you're a taxi driver and somebody owns a ship, and people barely use the ship services. People barely go there. You probably have people go on, vacation, big vacation occasionally. So occasionally, yeah, you get family, wanting to have a tour on the ship versus you picking people up daily or minute by minute. Okay, if you have more people coming to you, you want to make sure that, whilst you're gone transporting somebody, at least you have somewhere the other people can wait. That is why you see lots of bus stations, how do you even call it? Are they bus stops? You see, resting place for bus stations. Because people should have to, should be able to stay comfortably and wait on their bus to come. Else they will just, if they can't stand in the stand, they will just go away. Right? This will probably not make sense. I don't know. I'm still thinking of good real life scenarios to give to, to explain, to make this clearer. But, this is the only thing that comes to mind right now. I don't think a port, a ship, somebody who owns a ship would even think of the need to create a resting area to hold people up whilst the ship is transporting other people. The ship is big enough to convey so many people at a time. So I'm yet to see that. But taxi, buses, you'd at least have some kind of bus station, a resting place where people can queue up or wait on you, the driver, to come back and pick them. Okay, and the reason you do that is you want to keep the people there safely. You want to make sure that you have all your people there. You want to take care of them very well, if that makes sense. Is anybody having a problem with the explanation I'm giving? Like, are you finding it hard to understand where I'm going to or what I'm even saying? I don't even know if what I said makes sense or not. Is this clear? I mean, you can type it in. Let me know at least that you're following. If not, I'll try hard to give another example. Not really. Okay, good. Okay. So forget about SAP right now. Okay. Let's take real life. Let's take real life. Let's say you have not able to relate with LO. Thank you. Okay, that's good. So let's not take LO right now. Let's forget about SA. Let's park LO for now. Okay. So forget about SAP for now. Let's talk real life. And I need you to tell me if this doesn't make sense. So let's say, for instance, we're all from, most of us are from Africa, so we can relate to this. Let's say, for instance, you have a pipe. Okay, and for some reason the pipe is faulty. So water is flowing constantly. And you have another pipe. That is okay. If you're done fetching your water, you can close the faucet. You can turn off the faucet and then the water will just shut down. And you have one that it will just not shut down. Which of these two do you have to take extra precaution to make sure that you don't lose the water? it will be the one that you cannot turn the faucet off, right? So let's say, let's say you're getting water from that one into another place. So every minute you have to have 2 buckets by the side. So you get 1 bucket underneath that one. Once immediately it's full, you put the other one underneath it. You empty the one that you just filled up, and then the one you have underneath it, immediately it's full again. You put the other one underneath it, and then you keep exchanging like that. Okay. The one that you can fetch and just turn off the faucet and the water will just stop flowing. You don't need to do that. You don't need to have 2 buckets and be running it side by side like that. Right? You do that with the other one that is delicate in nature because you don't want to lose the water. So you want to, every minute you want to have the bucket underneath it because you can't close it. Unless does this make sense? Would you do that if you were faced with a situation like that? Would you do that? Does that make sense? Ikria, does that make sense? Ken says he has the same faulty pipes in Asia as well. Okay, so you would do that, right? So you got the idea. Okay. Okay, great. How does all this real life scenario relate to LO? Okay. The reason I'm saying this and the reason I'm going to relate it to LO is LO, and when I give you the activities you do for LO, maybe it will make more sense. Okay. But I'm saying that any data source that is logistics related, that has logistics data, because we've already established that logistics in itself, it's a very busy activity. It's a very busy environment. It's more rampant than the non-logistics. Okay, it's delicate in nature. It's delicate in nature. So in that regard, it is treated differently from the non-logistics data sources. Extra step or extra activities is done to it to make sure that you capture everything right. Does that help? Does that help, Ken? Yes. Ikria? Yes. Okay. Roxanne? Can I get notes? Anybody that is not clear, can you just let me know? Okay. Okay. Okay, great. So we all know now. We've established that logistics is very delicate in nature. Okay. And the reason it's delicate in nature is because its activities is very busy. Very, very busy, very rampant in nature and all that. We all know what they are. Very good. So let's see if the system is back and take me to that transaction. And we'll see how logistic data sources look. If it does not, I will have to log into my system to show you. This is really not good. It's not getting me there. Usually when you get a warning or a message underneath your screen, the one that says transaction LBWE does not exist. If you want to see what it is or you want more detailed information, you double click on it. So I want to see what exactly is going on with the system. Okay, it didn't give me anything meaningful. So that's good. I will log into my work system in a minute, but let me put a few pointers down. Okay. So it's good we know that logistics is delicate in nature. And never forget that if you keep that in mind all the time, you will never go wrong on a job. you yourself, you exercise extra care when you're doing logistics. And even we as technical, when we are deploying logistics, trust me, it's a serious thing. Sometimes we go to work at midnight just so we can prepare logistics for data loads. Any other thing we don't, you know, you go to work at 8 o'clock, you can just go to RSA5, activate and load data into BW and you'll be fine. But as far as logistics is concerned, don't be surprised when you start working and they call you to come to work at midnight. The reason being at midnight, there is no transaction going on. Right? People are not entering. People who will call you, it doesn't mean it will not happen, but barely would you see real transactions or business guys putting things in the system at midnight. They will not do that. They do that during real business time from 5 to 8 is when they do that. So usually we deploy logistics off work hours because of its nature. Yeah, I think so too, Can. And it's not supposed to be that. Evans is probably working on the system again because I know he's trying to get it better. Yeah, but no fears. We will do logistics today and you see what it is. So logistics, they have grouped, there is a cockpit, a place where they have put all logistics related extractors there. And the transaction code in going into the logistics cockpit is LBWE. Oh. It's LBWE. What is LBWE? It is called Logistics Cockpit. They call it cockpit. I don't know what cockpit is. But that is where, when you go to this transaction, that is where you find anything that is logistics related. So if you're not familiar with what data sources, and sometimes it's confusing. Sometimes it is very confusing to know, well, is this data really logistics or it's not? Okay. So when you go into the cockpit, any data source that is there, just know that it is logistics related. As in pilot's cockpit, yes. What does cockpit mean? I don't even know what cockpit means. I guess it's a place, like a lounge or whatever.
I'm familiar with pilot.
The area a pilot says to control the plane. Okay, that makes sense. Probably that's why they assigned that to it. So it is one central place that the flying controls, instrumental panel, and seats for the pilot and co-pilot or crew. Very good. So I guess that is why they use the word logistics cockpit, because over there you will find all the data sources that are logistics related, and then all the controls. And I'm using control because it's a control. The control, the seats, the instrumental panel, everything you need to prepare the extractor for logistics. It is in LBWE. So it's one central place where you have everything. So all the activities you need to do, it's over there. You do it at one shot. It is in the cockpit. So I guess it makes sense that they call it the cockpit. Okay. So that is the cockpit for logistics. And I want you to get very familiar with the extractors that are over there. Any extractor you see over there, it is logistics related. Okay, so that means that you have to pay attention very well when they tell you to go load data on that data source. Okay, so with logistics too, there are a set of activities you do. Okay, besides what we have talked about already. Remember that all these logistics extractors are also standard extractors. They came in pre-delivered. SAP delivered them. Okay. So what you do is, the step of activities you do is, first of all, you do everything over here. So I'm going to do everything over here again. So let me put this first. because that is what you do first. You do with the RSA5. And remember, you only do that if the data source is not active, right? You activate data source. Okay, and how do you know that this data source is still it's logistics related? If your manager tells you I need, and it comes with experience, okay? Some of these things will come with experience. And remember that it's experience we are giving you. We are not giving you entry-level stuff. So whatever we say, please take it very, very seriously, because my life experience, what I'm giving to you, my real work experience, and you won't get this in books. You won't get it anywhere. You know, how do you know that an extractor is logistics related? It comes with experience, and I'm telling you that anything sales related, and when you get into LBWE, you would see. Okay, so if your manager tells you, I need sales data, from experience, or you know, having heard somebody say this to you, you know that if the person needs sales, sales is definitely logistics. So you know that it's logistics related. So you know the extractor. Okay, so RSA5, activate the data source. RSA6, verify data source is active. And once you verify data source is active, your real life, oh, and I was just reading what Ken was saying. Okay, so point 3 is you do RSA5, verify RSA5 is active, RSA6, verify the data source is active, RSA5 activate. And remember, with the other data source, the next thing you have to do is just do the extraction checker, right? But with logistics, you cannot do extraction checker right away. You can't. Because there is yet another activation you have to do. And this is what distinguishes it from the other one. So pay attention. And please, I want you to get logistics very well. So if you don't understand anything, I don't mind repeating myself over again. I don't mind at all. I will start from scratch. Because this, I'm telling you for sure, you will have interviews on logistics. And if you do have interviews on logistics and you miss a very little detail out, you will not get the job. Because if you don't know logistics and company is doing logistics and you forget to mention something, they will know you don't know. They won't want you to come, you know, crash their system for them or give them wrong information. Okay, so if you know logistics, you have to know it to the core, to the very late detail. All right, so RSA5 activated over there. RSA6 verify that the data source is active. Remember that with logistics, you cannot do RSA3 yet. There is a second step activation that you have to do. Okay, and how do you do that? The second step is to go into the cockpit. The rest of the activities you have to do, you do it in the cockpit. It has all the control panels and all those little stuff over there. So go and sit in the pilot seat, like we said. So the next thing you do is go to LBWE. And then activate the extract structure. Okay, let's just list the points. I'll get into my system and then we'll see it. I don't know if we can do it because it's a real company's system. So we'll see. Maybe we'll be able to do it and I'll delete it later. Okay, so you go into the cockpit and then you activate the extract structure. When we get in there, you understand what I mean by extract structure. But every data source has an underlying extract structure in it. Okay, so the second step activation is to activate the extract structure. Yes. So every data source has its extract structure. So if you activated SD, okay, remember that SD is sales and distribution. SD can have 10 or 20 data sources underneath SD. SD is just the functional description of it, of all the data sources. It doesn't mean that SD will only have one data source called SD. Okay, so SD will have a bunch of data sources that will all convey different information. One of it can be invoice. You want invoices. There's a particular data source that will convey invoice data for you. You want sales, all sales that have not been invoiced. There is a particular data source that will convey that for you. You want shipments, everything you have shipped. There is a data source that will convey shipments or deliveries for you. But all of them collectively are grouped under SD because they are all part of sales and distribution. There is an entire process within sales and distribution, right? Somebody calls and buys something. It's an order. The person makes the order. Okay? If you make the order, it doesn't mean that the company has made money yet. Or it doesn't mean that the order you made is gotten to you yet. Somebody has to ship it to you, right? And then somebody has to bill you, take money from you. And companies do these processes differently. Some companies will only send you a bill after they have shipped whatever you ordered to you. And some companies will only ship after they have collected the money from you. So depending on what environment or whatever process you are, you will, whatever comes first, you will do at least. You will at least invoice or ship. It doesn't matter whether shipment comes first or invoice comes first. Okay, so the entire process is SD. Okay, so they are, just understand that there are different data sources that convey different data or that convey different activities. Yes, so Khan is asking that we learned extra structure when we were doing append. Is that same thing in terms of extra structure? Yes. Yes, it is. So you realize that in the data source had an extra structure inside, and that was where we went into to append the fields. Yes. So the data source you're using, that whatever data source you activated in RSA5, you have to activate its extra structure in LBWE as far as logistics is concerned. With the other non-logistics related data sources, once you do RSA5, it activates everything for you collectively. You don't have to go anywhere else to reactivate the extra structure. Okay, for the non-logistics. For logistics, yes, there is a second activation step you have to do. Okay, so that is where you go into the cockpit to do that. And when we go in there, you see that it's as simple as just clicking a pencil. An icon that looks like a pencil, you click it and then you just activate it. So you activate the extra structure. Once you're done activating the extra structure, there is something, a concept, and all this is all part of the, extra activity they put in place to make sure that, they capture everything right. Just like I explained to the water that was, free flowing. You want to put buckets underneath it so you don't waste water. So, every minute there's buckets underneath it. It's extra activity you do to ensure that everything is good. So there is a concept in logistics that is called setup tables. Okay, and you guys remember table of origin I talked about last week? I think it was last week, yeah. So with the non-logistics data sources, remember when I was describing last week, let me see if I can pull my, I can probably use this. Okay, let me use this diagram. And I'm going back and forth because I'm trying to fit it all together so you get the holistic picture. Okay, so let me know if you're confused. Last week when I was talking about deltas and initialization and full loads, I remember I mentioned table of origin and then I mentioned the delta Q. Okay, so remember I said that when you do initialization or full, data originally sits in table of origin. Okay, so this thing here is a table of origin. This right here, table of origin, data originally goes in there. So that is where everything resides. You only get data populating into your delta Q, which is this orange thing, once that cut off, well, immediately you hit execute in your initialization info package. Then you get a cut off like a timestamp, or a pointer, to set the cut off point in your table of origin. And then anything else that comes into the delta queue after you execute initialization is what gets picked up into your delta queue, right? It doesn't mean that that data will not go into the table of origin. Data will go into table of origin and delta queue in parallel immediately you do initialization. Okay. Yeah, so everything is in the table of origin. With logistics, so this process I described to you is what the non-logistics data sources do. Okay, their full or their historic loads will be in table of origin, and then their delta loads will be in the delta queue or RSA7. And that is all there is to it. There is nothing called setup table. There is no intermediary table anywhere again. You do initialization, it accesses the data source accesses the data directly from the table of origin. You do delta, the data source accesses it from your delta queue into BW. Okay, and that is for non-logistics data sources. So with logistics, there is something we call setup tables. Okay, and what is setup table? Setup table is an intermediary table that is a copy of your table of origin in layman's term. Okay, and I'll explain that. So let me put over here, the next point is delete your setup table. And remember that every functional area will have their own setup table. So SD has its own setup table, inventory has its own setup table, purchasing will have its own setup table. So all the different functional areas will have their own setup tables. Okay, so there is no one setup table for all logistics. Every area has its distinct setup table. So the next thing you do after you've activated the extra structure in the LBWE is you delete the setup table. And the transaction code you go to delete the setup table is LBWG. And just to help you remember LBWG, because they all start with LBW, but just remember that the G means go, right? Go means you're deleting. So if in interview you forget what the T code is for deleting setup table, at least remember the G part. Don't go say LBWE. LBWG, think of G as go. So it's where you go. It's where you go to delete the setup table. And you're not deleting the table itself, you're deleting the entries in the table. So to make it sound better, let me go do delete entries or delete data in setup table. So once you delete the data from setup table, you now go to another transaction. And this I will explain, but I just want to put the pointers down. To fill the setup table. So you delete the setup table and then you fill the setup table. Why do you delete only to fill up again? I will explain that. You delete setup table, you fill setup table. And then the deletions, there are two deletions. So you do LBWQ. To delete update table or extraction queue. You fill setup table. Once you fill setup table, yes, Ade will talk about that. Once you fill the setup table, you can, I don't want to go to BW yet. Once you fill setup table, you can, let's say, initialize in BW. Initialize in BW. Once you initialize in BW, let's see if I can move this down. The next thing you want to do is you want to run your job. And from here, from 6, 7, 8, I will explain, because depending on what phase you are, you may do something differently. Okay, I need you to understand the entire process and how they all fit together. And then once you get a concept, you will know what you have to do and what you haven't done, or what has to be or what does not have to be. Okay, so let's just have these pointers down. Okay, so let me go back to this PowerPoint slide again. And explain. So you see over here, this table that says ECC table, SDMM 100 records, 20 records. Think of that as your table of origin. Okay, we already know what table of origin is because we talked about that at length last week. So this is your table of origin. And remember that with logistics, there is a new concept of, they introduce a new intermediary table called setup table. Okay, and setup table is, think of the setup table as a copy of your table of origin. Okay, and the only reason, to make it simple for you, the only reason they put setup table there is because setup table is the only table logistics related data sources can pick up history data from, can pick up historic records from. Remember when I was talking about table of origin or the initialization and full loads in last week class, I was saying that when you do full load or initialization with a non-logistics data source, okay, last week I was explaining, I said when you do full load or initialization, the data source will pull the data directly from the table of origin. The deltas are what picks it up from delta Q, from RSA7. So when you hit delta, when you want to load delta, the data source does not communicate with the table of origin. They don't talk. They've not been set up like that. They don't have any relationship in communication. Okay, it is the same logic over here. So if you're interested in loading historic records with a logistics data source, remember that the data source cannot communicate directly with the table of origin. It does not. It's a no-no. They don't have any relationship. It can only access the setup table. So Roxanne is asking if we can check data in setup tables in RSA3. No. Setup table is not a data source. Just like you cannot check entries in a table in RSA3, you cannot check out entries in setup tables from RSA3. RSA3 is only used to check data sources data. Setup table is not a data source. It is a table. And you cannot check any entry in any table in RSA3. Roxanne, does this help? Roxanne, and you have to understand that, T codes do, different things. For instance, in BW, if you come over to BW, you cannot come over here to info provider and create an info object. You cannot. You cannot. Anybody that has done that before, let me know and I'll pay you $1,000. You cannot create an info object over here. You can only insert an info object as an info provider over here, but you cannot create it. The only place you can create an info object is over here under this tab, info objects. And even over here, you have to stand on a catalog. You still cannot create another info area. You still have to find a catalog before you can create an info object. That is the only way. So understand what things do and know what you cannot do and what you cannot do. And what brought me over here is because I want to tell you that in RSA3, you can only put in data sources over there. Anything that is not a data source, RSA3 cannot help you. If you want to view table entries, tables have their data, their transactions you go to, and that is SE11. When you go to SE11 and you put in a data source over there, you cannot see data source in SE11. Every transaction and how they behave, or every transaction and their functionality. So you have to understand their functionalities. Okay. So having said that, yes, you cannot do that. So back to my point again. Logistics data sources, as far as historic records are concerned, the only table that the data sources can pull data from or communicate from is the setup table. So that means that setup tables are very, very important. If that is the only table that BW data sources or logistics data sources can pull historic records from, if that is the only place, then that means that it's a very, very important thing. It doesn't have any competition. You cannot go anywhere else besides setup table. So they are very, very important. Okay? And don't let anybody, in interviews, you can have somebody trick you that, how do you, do you do setup tables with non-logistics data sources? With non-logistic data sources, setup tables do not come into the picture at all. So don't let anybody trick you on that. And I'm emphasizing and I'm repeating it over and over and over again because I want you to do well in your interviews and I want you to do well on your job. If you go to, you get a job and then your colleague tells you that, oh, go and set up the table for this data source for zero material. And you know zero material is not logistics. Right away, shut the person down. Because maybe the person could be tricking you to see if you really know or not. Right away, let the person know that you don't have set up tables with non-logistics data sources. Okay. So setup table is the only place you can access data into BW as far as your historic records are concerned. And remember that I'm talking about only historic records. I'm not talking about delta records. Only historic, don't forget that. Setup table, when you think of setup table, think of logistics and also think of historic. Okay, so yeah, that is what it is. And we all know that when users are entering data or when records are being entered into ECC, it does not go into setup table directly. Okay, it does not go into setup table directly. So let's say you go to Walmart and Can, is processing your transaction. Ikea goes to buy something from Can at Walmart. And Can is a cashier. Can swipes Ikea's credit card. That is data. It picks up data from the credit card. They key in your whatever you bought. It stores up, it sends data. Where does that data go to sit? It doesn't come to setup table. So any data that is being loaded into ECC does not come into setup table directly. It still goes to the table of origin because the table of origin is still the parent table. It's still the main deal. That is why it's called table of origin. Okay, so how do you pull the data? If the table of origin is still where everything goes to sit, and we are saying that the only way you can access historic records into BW as far as your logistics data sources are concerned is through the setup table. How do you get it into the setup table? You fill the setup table. So when you fill the setup table, data moves from the table of origin into the setup table. Okay, that is the only way you can get data from. That is the only way you can populate your setup table is by filling it. Immediately you fill, it moves from the table of origin and it comes over there. Okay, so that is setup table. How do you get deltas? Deltas are not different from the non-logistics data sources. And we already know that deltas are picked up from RSA7 into BW. It still remains the same. It still remains the same. Okay, your delta data sources can only pick up data from RSA7. It cannot pick up data from setup table or from table of origin. It's still through RSA7, which is your delta queue. Okay, and then there is yet another intermediary table again where deltas go to sit before it finally gets pushed into RSA7. So there are so many intermediary tables. So with the regular data sources, remember that we only had table of origin and delta Q, right? That was all we had. With logistics, we still have those. We still have table of origin and RSA7. But for both of them, they are intermediary tables for both of them. The intermediary table for historic records is setup table. The intermediary table for deltas is what we call extraction queue or update table. Okay, so they both, whether RSA7 or table of origin, they both have intermediary tables. Setup table is an intermediary table for historic records, and extraction queue or update table is the intermediary table for RSA7. Okay, and I'm working it out slowly. It's all going to fit together gradually. But let me take Khan's question. So Khan is asking that when you start getting data in setup table from table. Khan, your question is not clear. Can you unmute yourself and ask?
No, for example, when you enter data in ECC, okay?
Okay.
Data you will get in the table of origin for the transaction you are doing.
Okay.
So when you start first getting this data in your setup table, when you activate data source, or it's already there in the setup table?
You're asking when you start getting the data in the setup table?
Yes.
You only get it when you feel it.
Yes, yes. What do you mean when fill?
Yes.
When we entering data into the ECC system, or when we activating data source?
No, you only get it when you fill the setup table. I haven't showed you how to fill it. We will do it when we get into the system. I'm just going through the steps. So just understand that there is an activity in filling the setup table. So the only way to get data into the setup table is when you fill it. That is why when you look at my steps over here, I have delete data from setup table, the 4, and then the 6. I said fill setup table, right? So when you fill setup table, you transfer data into it. So let me put over here, fill setup table, meaning that transfers data from table of origin to setup table. So you determine when you want to get data into the setup table. Table of origin, you have no control. Data goes there automatically. Setup table, you control that. You have to fill it. It makes sense? Does it make sense? Does it help?
So then where is the concept of history? Yeah, sure. Where is the concept of history? You said
okay,
data.
the reason it's history is, remember that it flows from table of origin. And remember I said in previous class that table of origin keeps history.
Okay.
Table of origin is where is where you have your history data. Table of origin will have everything. Remember the whole thing we talked about last week? Table of origin will have everything. But it will even have your deltas. But remember that delta, as far as what a part of the delta or the copy of the delta that went into the table of origin, it cannot be picked up from RSA. I mean, it can only be picked up from RSA 7. If you want that record that got lost or that delta that got lost from RSA 7, at the point in time it was in RSA 7, it is delta. But as soon as it's in your table of origin, it's history. Even if it's just a minute late, it's still history.
So how many times basically you deleting data from your setup table after during activation of your data source?
You said how many times do you delete the data?
Yes, from your setup table.
Okay, thank you for raising that question. Realistically, this setting up the setup table is done once. Okay, so I'm going to put asterisks over here. Must be done once. Filling the setup table must be done once. Okay, and remember that, let me take you back to last week. Okay, let me pull this over here. Last week when I was talking about data. Okay, so let me ask you this question. Maybe that will help you. Okay, so this question is to you and then everybody else. So let's say, remember I said that history is in the table of origin, right? So let's say your company, you have SAP and you've been working for 20 years. Okay, so you want to see data that is 20 years old from now. Anything that any data that was there back today, anything back today. That means that any transaction that went on yesterday all the way back to 20 years will be history, right? Right? Can.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Okay, good. All right. So anything back today will be history. You understand that part?
Yeah, definitely. I got it.
Okay, good. So let's say that, and I need you to understand this because I need you to answer me something. So let's say that you know, you want to load data from you want to load yesterday's data all the way back to 10 years. In BW, if you're in BW, you want to load that kind of data. You don't care for today's data. Okay, you care for yesterday all the way back, 10 years back. How are you going to pull it into BW? Which info package you have to execute to get that data?
The full data, the initialize or the one is full?
Full or init, right?
Yeah.
Because they will access the table of origin directly. Right?
Yeah. Yes, yes.
Okay. They will. Okay. So let's say that at the time you did the full, then records start coming in again for today. Okay, so at the time you did the full, you did the initialization, it sets off the pointer. So it marked it. Okay, so this was the last record to go as of what was in currently. So anything that comes in today is delta. So that record, even though it still comes into the table of origin, it gets picked up into RSA 7 for you. Remember we talked about that? So if you only want what just came in, right, then you just do in delta info package and then you can just have that. And remember we said that it doesn't mean that you cannot have that data from full or from init, but what that means is that it will not just give you just that data. It will give you everything, and we don't want to duplicate the effort again. Remember we talked about all that. The reason it's deltas come in handy because just the data that just came in gets there for you, and that is all you want. You just pick that. Okay, so back to my question. you say you do full or innate to get yesterday all the way, to 10 years back, which is very good, into BW. Okay, so you have gotten that into BW. What do you think you would do on a daily basis to get data from today onwards?
Which Delta.
In BW, which info package would you use every day to get data every day?
The Delta info
Thank
package.
you. So that means that the init or full is just one time, right? What happens afterwards, the daily loads, it's going to be by your Delta. Does that make sense or no?
Yes, definitely.
It makes sense, right? So if you use something only one time, your historic records, you only get it one time, and that is it. You don't get it again. Because why do you want to get historic all the time? You already have it. Deltas, because new records are coming into RSA7, you always want to be abreast with your deltas. So that is what you use daily, or every minute, or every hour. You don't touch your full load or your init ever again, unless for some reason something happens and data got lost and you want to start the whole process again. Then you use that. So you only come back to init or full data, full info package only when something goes wrong. But if everything is fine, you only use them one time. Are we good on that? That makes sense, right?
Yes.
Okay, and don't forget that, because that is what we do on the job. Don't ever forget that. So it makes sense that if you only use something one time, then you only set it up one time. Right? So let me go back to logistics. So remember that I said the setup table is for history. It's just another copy of your table of origin. Right? Where is my let me go over here. Setup table will only give you history, as it will only fill whatever was in the table of origin at the time. That is all it picks up for you. Anything that comes afterwards is delta. So it goes into the delta intermediary table, and we'll talk about that. So if this is, just like I explained to you, you loaded everything that is here one time into BW, and it only makes sense to just load it one time. It doesn't make sense to keep loading history every day, duplicating everything every day. It doesn't make sense. So if you only use this one time, that means that you only have to fill it one time. You don't need to keep filling the game if you're not going to load it. Right? Right? Can. Yes. Thank you. So that was why I'm putting over here the point of that. Deleting the setup table. You only delete the setup table, just for, the sake of, just for security's sake. I will explain that. Do you need to delete the setup table before you can fill the setup table? No. There are certain activities that it's prerequisites. Unless you do this, you cannot do that. For instance, in BW, unless you create a catalog, an info object catalog, you cannot create an info object. One has to, all the time, has to happen before the other can happen. Okay? And there are other things that are not interdependent at all. One can happen regardless whether the other has happened or not. So what I'm saying over here is that you can fill the setup table 6. You can do 6 without 4. We do 4 just for security reasons, and I will explain all that for you. Okay, so deleting the setup table, is only to make sure that there was no data there when you were filling the setup table. Okay, so if this was just for security reasons for this, and I said that this is only done one time, fill setup table, it must be done just once, then that means that deletion must also be done just once. That means that deletion must only be done just once, right? And it's just like saying, you eat once a day. If you eat once a day and before you eat, you pray before you eat. It's as good as saying that if you only eat one time, then you pray just one time. Because if you pray so that you will not choke on the food and you are not eating, there's no point for praying. There's really, you can pray, but what is the point? And that is to say, if prayer is just so you can not choke when you eat. Okay. So feeling setup table, remember that you feel it. You determine when you want to feel it. And when you feel the setup table data, what you're doing is that you are just transferring historic records from table of origin into setup table. And when I say historic records, I mean the data that is currently there as at now, as at this very minute. Even if it came in a minute ago, it's still historic. It was there before you started feeling, so it's history. History does not mean yesterday. History means that it didn't come after. It came before, or it was there before. Okay. So now let me switch to my system, and then we'll go through the steps. And I believe when you visualize it, it will come in handy. It will be more clearer, and then we'll build it on slowly by slowly. I'm gonna change presentation to this other computer. There are so many organizers on here. I don't even see which organizer is my other computer. Let's see. Maybe I should just use a name tag. Make presenter. Okay. Okay, can you guys see my screen? Guys, can you see my screen?
Yes, I can
The
see.
new screen. Okay. All right, good. And then whenever it restores your system back and you can go into LBWE, I need you to practice this. And practice this very much, like, around the clock, so you'll be very, very familiar with that. Because Nobody plays with logistics at all. Okay, so remember the first point we said was you do RSA 5 and all that. We've already done that. So we're going to go into LBWE, which is the cockpit. Okay, so you see what it says right there on top. It says LO data extraction, customizing cockpit. So this is the logistics cockpit. And then you see how it says logistics applications. There are different functional areas over here, different applications. There is purchasing, and every area has its number. You only see the go-to training. Am I not showing my screen? What do you guys see?
Yeah,
What do you guys see?
Yeah, I see online training made easy with the list of classes through May of 8.
Oh, that means that my screen is delayed. I'm in the SAP system. Let's do it fresh.
Yes, I can. I can see your.
I can see your.
Do you see LBWE?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
who cannot see it? Yes.
Yeah.
Who cannot see it? Yes.
I can't. I don't see it.
Who is the Anna? You don't see it? Who is the Anna? You don't see it?
No, I just see a GoToTraining.com screen with the list of classes.
Huh.
Do you have to try rebooting?
If everybody is seeing it, you should be able to see it. Just let's wait a little bit. Are you sure you're showing? You're probably showing your computer. Are you showing mine?
Yeah, it shows classes through May the 18th. I see your taskbar at the bottom. It shows 71% on the battery. I just don't see your actual screen.
You just don't show my actual screen.
Yeah, I see 2 tabs, meaning of sibling and business intelligence, and then the actual full screen I see is GoToTraining.com. I can try rebooting my machine maybe and logging back or log out and log back in.
I'm thinking you're having delayed images. Wait a minute if you don't get anything. But are you using your cell phone or you're using mic and speaker? Because I don't want you to miss any. I don't want to miss anything I'm
I'm
going to
using
say.
my computer. Let me. I'll try just rebooting my machine and then I'll log on just to get the audio through my cell phone. I can do that. So I'm just using my laptop for audio and video.
Okay. Let me know when you're back.
Okay. Let me find a dial-in number. Let me get that right quick. Unless someone has it offhand.
I'm not sure if the dialing number is general. I think it's specific to everybody. I'm not sure.
Okay, let me get that right quick. Or you know what I'll do? I'll close this session and then I'll just access another session. That might work. So give me about maybe 2 minutes, probably quick.
Okay. Okay, so we'll not be too quiet on the recording. I'm gonna probably say it again when Anna gets on when she can see. But since you can all see, let's just go ahead. So this is LBWE. This is how it looks like, and this is the one-stop shop for all the pilots control stuff. Okay, so it's further grouped into different areas. So know that anything here is logistics related. Okay, so there's purchasing, and Roxanne, when I get under purchase and I expand, you'd realize that there are a bunch of data sources over here. So this says data source and this says structure. Right? So just on our purchasing alone, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And they all do different things. Just by their description alone, the first one says that it's extraction purchasing, it's accounts, into brackets accounts. Second one says that produce activity, delivery of confirmations. So if you want confirmations of your deliveries, data, from the description alone, this looks like a very good extractor to use. This says purchasing header. Header is summary data. Item is more detailed level data. If you want more detailed level, where you want to the very minute information, you can use the item extractor. This says schedule lines. So there's something called schedule lines in SAP, and it's business terminology, and you will get all that. Confirmation of schedule lines, delivery of schedule lines. So they all do different things. They convey different data, but they are all under purchasing. They are all purchasing related. Okay, if you have inventory controlling, inventory also has goods movements, stock revaluations, because you can have something in inventory, okay, and then it will devalue. Let's say, how much a car 2006 car is today was now what it was sold in 2006. Okay, so companies do revalue their stocks a lot. Because it could be approaching expiration date, it could be old model. You can't sell it for the same price it was a year ago. So all these are activities that is done in inventory controlling. How you move your goods, you've moved it from one warehouse to, to the store, or from receiving it from your vendor into the plant, or moving it from one plant to the other. All those activities are captured. So whatever you want to see, there is a good extractor or the right extractor for it. This is shop floor. Shop floor is the same as production planning. And you see that in my slides, I had PP. This is PP. Okay, so when you hear shop floor, it's the same as PP. Don't get confused. And it has a number of data sources as well. There is quality management. There is invoice verification. There is shipment. There is SD. You see how many different data sources we have under SD alone? So many. And SD is grouped into different areas. There's SD sales. There is SD billing. Billing does all your invoices for you. So if you want to see your invoice related data, you use this extractor, this 13. If you want to see your deliveries, your shipments, you can use 12. Okay, and all this will come in when you start working. So very good. Anna, you can see, right? Very good. So let me just recap what I just said.
Okay.
So all I've been saying is, remember I talked about LBWE. This is LBWE. This is the cockpit. And you see what it says on top. It says LO data extraction, customizing cockpit. So any data source or any functional area you see over here, it's all logistics related. Okay, so there is purchasing, there is inventory controlling, there is shop floor, quality management, invoice verification, shipment, there is sales, there is shipping, billing, there is plant maintenance, there is customer service, there is retailing, there are a bunch of things over here. So all these are logistics related. That is why they are here. Okay, and remember, Roxanne, I think, asked a question that, I don't remember the question, but I remember the answer I gave, that within one area, you can have a bunch of data sources. So it's not one-to-one. Within SD alone, SD can have a bunch of data sources all doing different things. Okay. But this is SD sales. It has a bunch of data sources. Within SD, there is billing, right? Because you have to send a bill to somebody when somebody buys from you. So if you want billing data sources or billing data, there are 3 data sources you can use for that. And they all have different data. So understanding what kind of data you want to see will drive what data source you use. Okay, this is deliveries and this is everything.
Okay.
So that was the first step I said was RSA 5, RSA 6, we've already gone that. This is the next step, LBWE. When you come here, remember I said you come here to activate your extra structure, right? So this is your extra structure. You see it says over here extra structures. So all the greens you see are already active. If it is green, that means that it's active. It's already activated. And you see that anything green, it says over here, and the update, that active. You see over here, it says active. The ones that say inactive are the yellow ones. So anything yellow, that means that it's not active. Until you activate it, you will not be able to do anything with it. So you have to activate it. And I'm a little scared to do the activation here because this is my company's system. So I'm in a dilemma right now. Maybe I can activate and unactivate it again. Yeah, so I'll try and do that. So this here is yellow, so I'm going to activate it. And one point I forgot to mention is the reason it's very necessary to do RSA-5 activation is that when you don't do RSA-5 activation, you will not be able to activate in LBWE. So RSA-5 activation is key to doing the second step activation. Okay, so assuming this extractor is not active in RSA-5, you haven't activated in RSA-5, and how do you know that this is not active? Roxanne, thanks for your concern, but I think I'll be fine. So let me go show, I'm going to open another session and we're going to see if this data source is active. How do you know if a data source is active, right? You go to RSA 6, not RSA 5, because RSA 6 is where you see all your activated data sources. So I'm going to type the name. The data source name is called 2LIS_02. So 2LIS_02_ACC. And it shows up over here. So that means that it's active. Okay, if it was not here, you will not be able to activate it over here. So it's there. We know that we can activate it. I would have deleted it. And when we get a Pentacle system come back up, I will go through this quickly again so you see everything. But it's not safe to delete it over here. I would have deleted it over here in RSA 5 to make it inactive. And when you delete it in RSA 6, it means that it's not active. Sorry, RSA 6 I meant. I would have deleted it in RSA 6 so we know that it's not active at all. And then attempted to activate it over here. You'd realize that you will not be able to do that. Okay, so just so you know, RSA 5, LBWE activation is dependent on RSA 5 activation. RSA 5 has to come first. Okay, so it's an RSA 6, so we know it's active. So over here, I'm going to activate it. How do you activate it? You just click on this pencil. That says inactive. And I'm not able to do it over here because this is real life. In real life, they have different, remember how I was telling you that you can have 2 different ECC systems connected to one BW? You know, we can have different ECC systems. So there is a separate ECC system. It's a different client that we do all our changes at. Okay, this client I logged in is just for viewing. It's just for display. I will not be, and you see what it says over there underneath. It says changes cannot be made. Display user only. So that means that I have to log in into the right clients that, you know, it's been, you know, that I can do changes there. So I'm going to log in there real quick. And it's still the same ECC system. It's just a different client. So the client over here where I can do the changes is client 100. And this is company dependent. Every company and, you know, how they've set up their landscape. So I'm going to go into LBWE. And then we're working on purchasing. So this was the one I wanted to activate, the top one. So all I have to do is just click this inactive thing, this pencil, the last one. There are a bunch of pencils. Remember that the one you have to click is the one that says inactive. Click on it. And then it's prompting for a request because we have transported stuff. Okay, but I will delete it later. And then see, PUM is active. It's green. So this is the second step. Activate extra structure in LBWE. That is what we've done right now. Okay. I'm going to turn it back into inactive because that was what it was before. I don't want trouble. So I'm going to turn it back. And turning it back to inactive is as simple as just clicking it. Okay, remember when I click it back again, it's yellow again. It's inactive. So I don't forget, I'm just going to delete. You know what, I'll do this and that so it doesn't confuse you that it's part of the process. So you activate it. So once you're done activating, the next step we said is you have to go delete your setup table. And remember, the reason you delete your setup table is just for security reasons. The only reason you do that is so you want to make sure that you have a fresh slate to start from. And what I mean by that is, remember we said we have to go fill the setup table so we can have historic records into BW, because that is with logistics, data sources, as far as historic records are concerned, cannot access the table of origin directly. It can only access it from the setup table. And if the setup table is empty, then it will not pull any data, right? So that means that we have to fill the data, transfer the data, the historic records that is in the table of origin into the setup table. But before we do that, we want to make sure that the setup table is very clean. Usually when you haven't done setup table before, it will not have any data. But just so you are sure that it didn't have any data before filling it up, you want to delete anything that is in there. Just in case there was a data there, if you don't delete it, just in case there's something hiding over there, you don't delete it and you go fill, you will have duplicates. Okay, so let's say setup table, let's say, yesterday Equia went to fill setup table. And then Equia got employed at the company and she filled the setup table and then she was done with her contract, so she left. And then they hired Khan, you're a new employee they hired. And then they want you to go load data, logistics data into BW, and you thought that you are the first BW person, nobody has done anything before, so you're just going to fill the setup table. And you just go fill. Meanwhile, Equia is filled it before, and the Equia has data in there. So Equia filled it with yesterday's data, and you go fill again. You will have yesterday's data duplicated because whatever is there will get picked up again because you're filling it again, and it will be duplicates. And when you transfer that records into BW, you will have duplicates. So the reason you want to delete is so you are sure, for security reasons, so you're sure that there's no data hiding there. That way you know that the chances are you will not get duplicates. You want to avoid duplicates. That is why you delete the setup table. And really that's all there is to it, to avoid duplicate records in case there is some data in there. Okay, that's the reason you delete the setup table. How do you delete the setup table? And for best practice, even if this is a fresh implementation, you know for sure, nobody has filled setup table. As best practice, just still go ahead and delete it. It's as simple as saying that for health reasons, even if you go to somebody's house or you're eating, or even your own house, and you've washed the plates yesterday, the plate is clean, nobody's eating it. For health reasons, it just makes sense to just rinse it up a little bit just before you dish the food into it. Because there are insects around, right? Some cockroach might might have walked past the plate, or might have deposited something into the plate. It's possible, and it's also possible that it's still very clean and there's no insects that has done anything in there. But just so you're sure, you don't want to go to the doctors to find out that, oh, apparently a cockroach, went to spit into your plate. For health reasons, you want to wipe the clean, rinse the plate just before you dish the food into it, even though it's not dirty. For best practice, delete setup table before you fill it, even if you are sure there's no data in there. I think I've overemphasized this point enough. Okay, so how do you delete it? The T code to deleting the setup table is transaction LBWG. Remember the G, I said the G means go. So you go into, once you're done activating the data source you want, the extra structure you want, you go to transaction LBWG. And it says on top of that the deletion of setup data. How do you delete the setup table, the setup data? I'm going to go into LBWE again. I'll show you. So over here, all the functional areas is been grouped into numbers. All the application areas has been grouped into numbers. So when you're dealing with purchasing and you say 02, if Evans tells me go and activate 02 in the application, go and work, go set up table for application area 02. From experience, I know he's talking about purchasing. So it's also very good as far as logistics are concerned to get familiar with the numbering. Okay, the application area number. 02 is purchasing. So it's very good you get familiar with that. So in deleting the setup table, LBWG, you deal with application number. So if it's purchasing you want to delete, you do 02. And then you hit the clock because purchasing is 02. But bear in mind that one thing you should know is that when you do 02, it does it for all the data sources that are under 02. Remember that when we went into 02 purchasing, there were a bunch of data sources, right? Let me go back there again. Yes, that is right. And unfortunately, that is the only way to delete it. LBWE. So under 02, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 data sources over here. And let's say you are only interested in this one that is green, just the header, the only one that is active. Remember that when you fill the setup table, you're only filling it, even though it's for the entire application area, the entire purchasing 02. It will only fill for the ones that are active. It will not fill for the ones that are inactive. So let's say I assigned this data source to CAN. Okay, this data source that says 2LIS_02_HDR to CAN to pull data into BW for me. And then I assigned the top one that is inactive, the 2LIS02_ACC to Equia to pull into BW for me. And Equia, came in sick. She took sick, she came in ill today, so she couldn't do her work, or she couldn't work together with CAN. So CAN started working, and CAN came over here, LBWE, and activated his extractor, LBWE. He activated his extractor, which is the 2LIS_02_HDR. Okay, and did not do Equia's own. And then went ahead and then deleted the setup table and filled the setup table. What CAN has done is that he's only filled the setup table for his extractor because that is the only one that is active. If Equia comes in tomorrow to start work, Equia will not have data in her setup table. So Equia will not have data in her extractor. Even though the setup table has been filled, she will not have data in her extractor. So if she goes to RSA3, she will see 0 records. She will not be able to pull anything into BW. Even if she activates it over here, it will still not have data because she did her activation over here after CAN has filled the setup table. And remember I said that if a data source is inactive and you fill the setup table, that data source, that inactive data source, will not pick the data. Okay, so what will happen is there will be confusion. CAN is already done his setup table, he has data. Equia also, for Equia to get data, Equia needs to refill the setup table so she can also have data. But CAN is already filled it. So that means that for Equia not to have duplicates, Equia has to delete whatever CAN filled and refill it again. But that can affect CAN because CAN, immediately CAN is filled his setup table, he's going to have, and we're going to talk about this, I'm going to brush it quickly, but I'll go in depth when we talk about deltas. Immediately CAN filled his setup table, he went into BW to load it. So he's already loaded data. And then once it's initialized, his deltas, his pointers have been set for deltas to come in. So deltas are coming in. So immediately Equia goes to reinitialize, go and delete the setup table and refill it again. It can impact CAN because you're all using the same setup table. Setup table is one for purchasing. It's not specific to data sources. Okay, so if CAN needs to go, CAN deleted a data record and needs to pick it up again from his setup table, he will have inconsistencies because that setup table he loaded into BW has been deleted and the query has updated it, so it will not be the same. So there will be a whole lot of confusion. The reason I'm saying all this is because it happens a lot on the job and you need to understand what happens when you do an activity. Okay, but just know that when you're deleting setup table or you're filling setup table, you're doing it for an application area, the whole area. So if an if a data source is not active, it will not pick the data even though you have filled the setup table. Okay, so for best practice, it only makes sense to know that if you're doing purchasing, all the data sources that are relevant to you, activate all of them before you go fill the setup table or before you go delete the setup table. If you don't and you fill the setup table with only 2 data sources being active and later on you realize that, oh, I think I need a header extractor, I need one more extractor, and you come back to activate, you have to start the entire process again. You have to delete and fill again. Okay. And remember that you will not have time for that because they may be on your neck to get them the data right away. Filling setup table can take days, can take hours, can take minutes. It all depends. If you're filling setup table for 20 years of data, you're talking about hours, even days. And you may not have that. So you have to understand that you need to activate all the data source you need before you fill setup table. Else you have to come back and delete and fill again. You don't want to do that. Okay, let me take the questions. I'm getting some questions over here. So, kind of saying that when you inactivate a fill setup table, what happened to data? Will it be available when you reactivate the data? So that is a very, very good question. We will do that so you can see it. When you see, it will stick better. Second question is, in that case, can we make unit structure inactive so that Equia can load her data? If you make CANs inactive, CAN cannot do anything with it. Remember that CAN needs to be loading his deltas too. And it's the same data source that loads deltas. You don't want to inactivate somebody's work. It has consequences. So no, you can do that. Is that best practice? No, it's not best practice. So CAN is saying that, so data in all data sources for 0 to application are the same, no matter what data source you choose. No. CAN, answer to that is no. That is why they are different data sources. They all convey different data. It's all sales related. It's all sales related. That is why it's all. So for instance, you have purchasing. All the data sources under purchasing all carry purchasing related data source. But remember that purchasing will have different activities. Purchasing can have detailed data. It can have summary data. Summary data and detailed data are different. A summary data will not have, it probably will not have the time up to the minute information. Detailed data will have that. So they are different. One has something, one does not have something. But they are all purchasing related. One can have, if you check over here, one says delivery of confirmation. So if you wanna see that all the confirmations regarding to your deliveries, if you use another thing that doesn't give you confirmations, you will not get confirmations. So even though they are all purchasing, they all convey different data. Does that make sense? Okay. Good. So we are going to delete the setup table. So we have activated the setup, the extra structure in LVWE. Next step is go to LVWG. And then you put in the application area. If you know it, you can type it directly, 02 for purchasing. If you don't know it, SAP always makes work easier. You can go into the drop down and then choose it. If it's sales you want, you can choose 01. If it's purchasing, you can choose 01. Okay, so sales, you just double click it and then it populates the number for you. And then you hit this. I'm not going to hit it because I don't want to, we are doing a lot of work. I don't want to delete anything. But all there is to deleting is just putting the application number and then just hitting this clock. And then it deletes it for you. Okay, once you're done deleting, the next step I said is you have to fill the setup table. And then the deletion, I mentioned that you have to delete the setup table and then delete extraction queue. Extraction queue, I'll come over there. I'll talk about that when I'm talking about deltas. I don't want to confuse you too much. So the next step is to fill the setup table. How do you fill the setup table? There are two ways in filling the setup table. You can either type in the transaction directly to every specific area. So if you wanted to fill for purchasing, there is a T code for purchasing. I think it's 0LI, 2BW, I think, /N OLI 3BW. That transaction will take you directly to the application area you want to set up for. Okay? And the second way is to do SBIW. I love SBIW because, for all the different application areas, you can't keep each and every transaction code in your head. I don't even do that. I know for the ones I work with very often. But for the ones I don't work with very often, I don't want to go chewing in my head. Okay, so there is a parent transaction T code that can help you find anything you want, and that is SBIW. So if you don't know what transaction it is for each area, come to SBIW. SBIW will bring you to the IMG. And that's the display IMG. And then over here, don't even struggle to do anything. Just do find. Click on find on top and just type in fill. Okay, so anything that has fill, it will take you over there. And I put in fill because I want to fill the setup table. So it brings me straight to filling in setup table. You see it's highlighted green. Expand it, and then expand this that says application specific setup of statistical data. And then over here you have all the application areas for you. So if it's purchasing you want, in filling the setup table for purchasing, you click on it, you click the clock. The top one says inventory, second one is purchasing, third one is production. You're interested in purchasing, click on purchasing, click on the clock. And then it's saying over here that no abstraction structure active or no BW connected. The reason it's saying that is because I'm in the golden client. The golden client is where I went in to activate. Remember I was saying that we have different clients that do different things. If you want to activate, you have to get into a different client. If you want to fill, it has to be a different client. So let me go into the right client. This is client 100. I can't do it over here. I have to go to client 110. And this is all specific to my company. Yours may be different. So in 110, I'm going to go into SBIW. And I'm going to find fill. And then expand. And then whatever you want, you click on the clock. If it's purchasing you want to fill, you click on the clock. And then it brings you over here. You see what it says on top. It says statistical setup of info structures from purchasing documents. And remember that it will only fill whatever is active. Whatever data source is active. It's the only data source that can pick up data. So over here, and then we can try it. You know, I could be totally wrong, or it could be that they've enhanced this thing and it's very different. But from my experience, it is what it is. So over here, when you come over here, you give it a name of run. You can assign whatever you want. You can call it purchasing, or you can call it whatever. But I'm just gonna type in anything. You can put can if you want. Can, you can put your name. Whatever, anything to distinguish this run. Okay, it doesn't have to be anything standard. Put in any name. I can do run 1. And then termination date. And I need you to pay attention over here, very important. This is very, very important on the job. Okay, the reason they put termination date and termination time is that if they don't, this thing can be running for 20 years. It will go on and on and on and on. So you want to specify when it should cut off. And how do you know that? How can you guess what a cutoff time should be for a certain data? So let's say that you want to fill in your table of origin, you have 20 years of data and you are interested in filling all that, all the 20 years. How do you know how long it's going to take? It comes with experience, assuming you don't know. If you don't know and you leave it blank and it's going to take 100 years to load, it will take, they still will keep running for 100 years. And you will probably, before you will probably finish running, you will be fired. Because they won't wait for 100 years for you to finish loading. Okay, so you want to tell the system that if you're not sure, but you want it to cut anyway, cut off anyway, you want to tell the system that terminate by tomorrow. Okay, that means that by tomorrow, whether it's downloading or not, it will stop the load. It will terminate. Termination time, you give it the time you want it to terminate. Okay, but you will definitely have an idea. Okay, you will have an idea. But to be on the safer side, I always give a day. Let's say I'm loading 20 million records, and I know 20 million records will take, let's say, 5 hours. You know, I will not give it 5 hours or give it 6 hours. I'll give it a day. And what happens is if you give it a day and it finishes in an hour, it will stop. It will only continue for 100 years if it's not finished and there's still more to be transferred. But once it's done transferring everything there is in the underlying table, in the table of origin, it will stop. So if you're loading 20 million records, you know, you have 20 million records sitting in your table of origin currently. And it will take 5 hours to run, to load everything. Don't give it 5 hours because it will take longer. I will give it tomorrow. If you wanted to give it 5 hours, that means that you have to specify today's date. Today is the 16th. So that means that terminate today, and then the time, 5 hours from today. It's 11:30 right now. So 5 hours from 11:30 is going to be 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4:30. So you give it a time. Terminate by 4:30, and it will terminate in 5 hours. It's always best practice to give it ample time. Give it more than it will take, and once it's done running, it will terminate for you. Ade, I will answer that in a little bit. So give it a date. I'll do tomorrow. Tomorrow same time. So whatever the time was, or whatever the time is, I'm going to put in the same time. So terminate tomorrow by this time. So really that's all you need to do. Run, give it a name of run, termination date, and termination time. And once you're done doing that, there are two ways in executing it. You can click this thing over here, this clock over here. But remember that when you click this clock over here, you're not running it in the background. You're using a dialogue approach. So what that means is that it's going to tie your computer up. Okay, because you're not doing it in the background. It's just like business. You haven't done business content, so you will know. So it's always good, or I would always recommend that come up here to program and execute in background. When you execute in background, that means that you can still have your computer to be doing stuff. Okay, and let me explain that again. When you do execute over here, you are running it. What would even be a good word to use? You are using it has to be done before you can. Let's say you close at 5 and you decided to run this thing at 4 o'clock, and then in an hour at 5 o'clock it was still not done. If you run it by hitting this clock over here, and you pack and go, it will stop it because it was tied to your computer. You were not running it in the background. It will cut it off, and that is bad news for you. That means that until you get home, you have to get home first, and then delete whatever might have come in already and start again. Because if you don't delete that and you start again, it will pull in again and it will be duplicates. Okay, so you don't want to hit this. You can do this if it would just take 5 minutes, and that's no big deal. You can wait for 5 minutes, right? But if it's going to take hours, that means that you have to sit on your computer and let it finish before you can do anything to the computer. But once you plug your computer out or your power runs down, you are finished. Everything will stop. It will terminate. If you run in the background and you need to go for lunch, or you're closed, it's 5 o'clock and you need to come home, you can pack your computer. There can be a power outage. Your computer can just shut down abruptly, and it will still not affect the loads. The loads will still be going on in the background. Okay, so that is the difference between executing in background and executing aforehand. Okay, so you just click execute in background and you're done. It fills it up for you. Real time. Thank you, Ade. Thank you. Yeah. So when you do this, it does it in real time. If that helps. Okay. So that's all there is to fill in the setup table. And I'm not going to do it. We'll do it when Pentacle comes back up. There are other times that you can specify. And when you do this, that means that you are running everything there is in the source system. You are not selecting. You're not specifying what you want to load. Okay, you remember when I went into BW last week? This is BW. And I was showing you how you can, in your info packages, you can pick and select what you want to load. You can do the same for setup tables. You can pick and select what you want to fill as well. Okay, and how do you do that? Let me go back to this. How do you do that? These are the part that says data, document data restriction. You can restrict what you want to fill. So let's say in ECC, so in your table of origin, you have so much data, but you only want certain particular document types. Okay, so you have purchasing documents, or let's say you have student information, then you want to load students 1 to 10. You can specify students 1 to 10 instead of loading all students. If you have 200 students, you don't want to fill all of them. You can specify the ones you want to fill. So over here, if you know the purchasing document numbers, you can put them over here. So if it's from this to that, and then you can put the range over here. If you don't know the range, then you want to do individual selections, you can do that. You can come in here and then do the multiple selection and then pull all of them. If you only want one, you just specify what you want. So if you want to restrict on document date, you can do the date. From 2011 to 2013, you can do that. If you want to use purchasing documents, that means you have to put in the document numbers you're interested in filling. If you want to fill for a particular organization, purchasing organization, because purchasing departments have different organizations, right? Whatever makes sense to you, you can fill that. Okay, so just know that this restriction part is for selection, particular data sets you want to fill the setup table with. You can specify over here. And once you specify, this is a must. The control of recompilation run is a must. You always have to give it a name of run and then a termination date and a termination time. And once you're done, you have two choices. Either hit this and sit behind your computer and wait until it's done, or do this and you can still go sleep or go watch TV, or you can leave for the day and you will still be okay. Okay, so this is the filling of the setup table part. Any questions, guys, before I continue? I have my PowerPoint on another computer, and I needed to show you the system, so I'm logged into another computer. So I will be doing switches. I will be switching, and I hope Anna doesn't get delayed images again. You know what? Probably not. Let me just pull the PowerPoints from here. What happens to my PowerPoint? Is not pulling up. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. Okay, so remember I said setup table is the only intermediary table that logistics data sources can pull historic records into BW. So what we've done is we have filled the setup table. That means that the data source is good. You can go into BW and create your info package and load your historic records. Okay, so and don't get lost over here, right? I'm gonna be coming back to this and be filling in the details. So you're done. You have filled the setup table. Data is ready. The next thing you want to do is go into RSA3, because until you fill out the setup table, if you come into RSA2 to check, it will be 0 records. You won't have any data in there. Okay, and we will do all that again. So you see, but this time around it will be, when we do it next, it will be very quick because you already know the basics. So when you put in the data source and you do extraction checker, it will be 0. Because you had now filled the setup table. So once you're done filling the setup table, you want to come back and check and make sure that it has data. Okay, so once you do extraction test and there is data, the next thing you want to do is go into BW. You're done preparing it for historic extraction. Going to BW. And in BW, if you have your data flow in place and everything, then you're done. You know that the next thing you just have to do is just go hit the execute your info package. This system is really slow. Okay. I don't even know why I'm using Pentacle BW. It's taking forever. Let me go into my BW. You know what? It's probably my computer because this is taking long too. Okay, so in BW, you have your, and it doesn't matter which one you do first. Whatever I've said, are the activities you do in ECC, you can do them before you come and do your data designs, your modeling and all that. Or you can do your modeling first before you go into ECC to do that. One is not dependent on the other. Okay, but for sure, before you can replicate data sources in BW, for sure, the dependency lies on the fact that you have to activate the data source first. So over there is a dependence. So once you're done doing your setup table and you already have a data flow in place, you just find your info package. And remember that you can only load from setup table via your init, with or without data transfer, and then your full loads. Those are the only two ways you can pick data out from setup table. And I need you to understand that very well. And I'm just choosing material because that's the only thing I say. It's not logistics, but it would have init, info, init, delta, and full, just like the regular data sources. So you do init. So once you're done filling the setup table, you come to BW, do init, initialize the delta process. You can do with data transfer or without data transfer. With data transfer, without data transfer, will always set RSA7 for you. This is the only thing that activates RSA7 for you. When you do with data transfer, what it does is just transfer the data. Without data transfer, it will not transfer data for you. Okay, that's all there is to it. So when you do this and you load, it accesses the table of, it accesses your setup table, and then it records your setup, your historic records for you. Okay, so once you do this, remember that immediately you do this, RSA7 is activated for you. Okay, so I need you to pay attention over here very, very well. So let me put a notepad, and I need you to walk me through with this. I mean, answer before I even explain it, or tell you the processes you have to do. I'll make it simple for you to tell me first before I explain it. Okay, so remember we said that immediately you initialize in BW, RSA7 becomes active, right? So when RSA7 is active, That means that this means that any new records that are being entered into the system will come to RSA 7. And table of origin in parallel, we already said that, but I'm only interested in RSA 7 part, so I'm going to keep RSA 7 over here. So immediately you initialize in BW, RSA 7 becomes active. This means that any new records that are being entered into the system will come to RSA 7. And remember we talked about the fact that if new records come to RSA 7 and, you know, something happens. Anyway, let me not say this. So think about it. Immediately you do initialization, right? New records that come in will go to RSA 7. It has to go to RSA 7. And you have not okay, I think this will be better. Let me use a different approach. So let's get this first part, okay? So we said that, you know, RSA 7 only gets active for you when you do initialization. Okay, so it creates placeholder for data. So it's created your placeholder for you. Okay, so what do you think will happen if new records are being entered and RSA 7 is not active? What do you think will happen? And this is not a trick question. This is a very, very simple question. So I need answers. Somebody said discarded. Ken, what do you mean by discarded?
Means when you initialize the data, if you are doing, you know, loading data to BW, because you are locking the transactions, the table actually, and then if you enter new data, it will be not available for reporting. For reporting, I mean.
Okay.
It will not available in Delta actually. It will be in the ECC system, but will not available for reporting.
Thank you. Okay. So it will not be, if RSA 7 is not active, that means that there's no placeholder, right?
No.
So new records that are coming in, it will only go to table of origin, right? Okay. So this is where logistics has so many intermediary tables, because logistics behaves differently. With a standard extractor, remember I said that the only reason RSA 7 will start populating data and the data that will be populated in RSA 7 will be, you know, the data that comes after the pointer is set in your table of origin. So with the regular data sources, what happens is, and let me type English out. I think that will probably help. So with non-logistics extractors, right, this is what happens in the background. So with non-logistics extractors, upon initialization, in BW, what happens in the background is delta pointers or timestamp is set on the last record that got picked up from table of origin. So in your table of origin, at the time you had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. When you hit your execute, your initialization info package, you had 6. So what happens is it draws a line. It draws a line on the 6. And then when it draws a line on the 6, anything else that comes after 6, 7, 8, 9 comes in, it will still be in the table of origin, and then 7, 9, 8, 9, 7, 8, 9 will also go to RSA 7. So what comes into RSA 7 depends on what comes in after the pointer in the table of origin. Okay, so this is the table of origin, and this is your RSA 7 as far as the non-logistics. Okay, so in effect, what initialization did was it said this dot, 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 which is the pointer, and then it transferred whatever came in here after the pointer into RSA 7 for you. Okay, but with logistics, this is what happens. Logistics does not follow this. So logistics, when you do initialization in BW, what it does is initialization in BW, as far as logistics is concerned, will only, so let me put this, so initialization for logistics only activates RSA 7 for you. Okay, it will only activate RSA 7 for you as far as the logistics. It will not, and listen carefully, it will not set the pointer in the table of origin for you. It will not set the pointer in initialization in the table of origin for you, because think about it. Remember I said that initialization and full load, as far as the non-logistics extractors, right? As far as the non-logistics extractors do what? They can access the table of origin directly. Okay, so it makes sense that since they can access the table of origin directly, they can set a pointer over there. And remember that I said non-logistics, I said logistics rather, logistics data sources, whether you're doing full or init, it cannot access the table of origin directly. It only communicates with the setup table. So that means that it cannot set the pointer in your table of origin for you because it doesn't access it. It has no relationship with it. It has no direct, communication with it. So initialization in BW, the only thing it does is it will just set RSA 7 for you. It will only activate the RSA 7 for you. And I know somebody will ask that, okay, if non-logistics can create a pointer in table of origin, why can't initialization also create a pointer in setup table? Right? That is a logical question to ask, because if, logistics extractors pull data from setup table and non-logistics pull from table of origin, and non-logistics can put a pointer in table of origin, why can't the logistics also put a pointer in setup tables? That is a very valid question to us. I'm asking that for somebody. Okay, the main difference is setup table data is not written to setup table directly, so it cannot create a pointer because deltas don't come into setup table. Deltas, remember I said, come into table of origin and RSA7 in parallel. So because records do come in after whatever was there today, it makes sense to set a pointer over there. Setup table, you only fill whatever is in the table of origin. You cannot have new records coming in there. Okay, so initialization in BOW will not set pointer in table of origin for you, and it will not set pointer in setup table for you as far as logistics is concerned. So don't get confused. Okay, so this is what logistics does. So we've done our full load or initialization after filling the setup table in BW. It goes to pick the historic records from setup table. Okay, but this is what happens when you're filling the setup table. So let me go back to my setup table over here. So I'm going to go back to setup table. And this, I'm going to go into the transaction directly. I'm not going to go to SBIW. So this is another way in coming over here. If you know where you type it in directly, if you don't know, you go through the SBIW. You go through the SBIW approach. So over here, we pull in the name of run, and we did run 1. You've done everything. Immediately you hit this. Execute in background. What it does for you is it creates the timestamp, the pointer, into the table of origin for deltas to start coming in. For true delta to start coming in. And this is going to come in. It's a little confusing, but I'm going to take my time real good at it because I needed to get what really goes on the job. You'll find books, you can read, you'll find books online that give step-by-step approach to logistics, but they will not put in all the work scenarios. They're not put in the real life scenarios. They'll just give you pointers. And that can confuse you because, if you think that, okay, this is what I have to do. They say do this first, do this second, do this third. And you don't understand what happens in the background when you do that. You may have issues when you start working. So I'm really taking my time and explaining what happens in the background as far as logistics is concerned. So I need you to stay with me and ask me questions if something is not clear. Okay, so I'm going to take it slow again. Okay. So with logistics, this is what happens when you fill the setup table. Okay. Or rather, let me say that if you have, let me actually take this off. If you have data, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is all you have in your setup table because that was what was in the table of origin at the time you at the time you filled the setup table. Okay, so you pick that from setup table. And then 7, 8, 9 came in later. In BW, you want to have the complete sets, right? You want to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 to have the entire data. That makes sense. Okay. To transfer this complete data into BW, as far as logistics is concerned, if you are not careful, you can lose everything. If you're not careful, you can lose 7, 8, 9, or you can have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 being duplicated. So if you're not careful with logistics, you can lose records or have duplicates if not careful. Okay, so remember I said that I was going to fill in details, and that's what I'm going to do right now. And the details I'm going to fill in into the steps Okay, and once I fill in the details, we'll do the step by step again. The reason I'm trying to fill in the details is so you know what it's like or what it has to be like. Okay, so first of all, let me go back to LBW and don't forget everything I've said already. Okay, I'm just fitting the pieces together. So in LBWE, we know that this is the cockpit. Okay, what happens in the background is immediately you come to purchasing and you activate this like we did. You activate the extra structure. Okay, any records that are being entered into the system will go into the table of origin, and then it will go into update table. Let me pull this over here. So you see this diagram. This is the table of origin. This is the setup table. And remember I said that there is another intermediary table called extraction queue or update table. It is intermediary to RSA 7. Okay, so before data gets into RSA 7, it gets collected in extraction queue. It queues up over there. That is why it's called queue. It queues up awaiting some kind of job control to push the data into RSA 7 for you. Okay, so setup and update tables are intermediary tables. But what happens is immediately you are here and you do activate, the data source over here is activated. Any record that comes into the system or any record that is being entered comes into this table, this extraction queue. Any record that is being entered. So let's say today Khan activated his extractor and Roxanne was seated somewhere entering data, entering sales records. Okay, that record will come into this table, into extraction queue. It comes into extraction queue, it goes in the table of origin as well, in parallel. Okay, so these two tables get data in parallel. This table of origin will get data regardless of whether the data source is active or not. So don't get confused. Okay, table of origin has nothing to do with data sources. Whether the data source is active or not, that table will be filled up. It will have data as far as transactions are going on. This extraction queue will only start picking up data that is being entered once your data source in LBWE is active. Okay, once the extract structure in LBWE is active. If it is not active over here and it's active in RSA 6, it will not pick the data up. Immediately it's active over here, what happens is it sets up your update table, and that is why it says on top over here there are updates. And I'm using update table and extraction queue interchangeably. Now I'll explain the difference. But they are the same thing, they're intermediary delta tables. Okay, so having said that, if this table picks up data when this is active, and you need this to be active for you to fill the setup table, that means that once you activate this and data is being entered right away, it will come into this table. Okay, even way before you log into LBW, way before you even go into the setup table to fill, data will come here. So if there is data here, and then you go fill the setup table, and setup, remember that table of origin will have everything, all data, and you go fill the setup table, it's likely that the data that came in here can also be picked up into your setup table. Does that make sense, guys? I need answers. If it makes sense to you or it's not clear, just type in something. Let me know you're getting it.
Makes sense. It makes sense.
Okay, thank you. So it makes sense. Good. So that means that, let me go back to my notepad. So
I have one question.
Sure, go ahead.
So when you click on inactive to activate, the data will goes, new data will goes to in the queue, yes?
Yes.
Does it also, what about the setup table in that time, if we are not filling up data?
Remember that setup table is always a pool. You only decide when, until you fill setup table, it will not fill.
Okay. But still data goes to extraction queue.
Yes.
Okay.
So extraction queue and table of origin, it's a push. So when I say push, you know how when you're standing and somebody's pushing you, like you are not doing any activity, right? There's a person pushing you. So whether you like it or not, if the person is pushing you, you will go. Right? But if you're doing a pull, until you pull somebody, will the person come? The person will not come, right? Until you pull something, you won't have that thing. Does that make sense? Okay, I guess not. It does?
No, yes, yeah. Definitely.
Okay. So extraction queue and table of origin, data gets pushed over there. You, the person, will not have to do any activity to get data over there. You don't control how data gets there at all. Especially for table of origin. For extraction queue, yes, maybe you can say that if you don't want data to be there, then don't activate your data source. But once you've activated it, you don't have control over it. Data will get pushed over there once data is being entered. For setup table, data is not pushed there. You decide when you want to get data there. You only get data into setup table when you feel it. Okay? And immediately you hit fill. And this is where it gets tricky. Let me go back to the setup table and explain more over here. I keep getting out of the setup table. Once you hit, you execute, and all of this should be easy to understand because we've talked about pointers and how the pointers get set up and all that. So it should really be easy to follow. So over here, once you've done your run, and then you hit this. This means that you are in here in the BW system. Sorry, you are in the ECC system, or you are in the setup table, and you are pulling from the table of origin. Okay, so it's a pull because you are making an activity to get the data in here. So you are pulling the data by hitting this execute. And guess what happens when you hit the execute? Immediately you hit execute in the setup table, it sets a pointer in the table of origin because when you hit fill, you're filling from the table of origin, right? So it has to set off a carding point for you. If it doesn't set off a carding point, then that means that any data that comes in the table of origin automatically will come in here. But no, it doesn't do that. So what happens is when you do fill, any data that was currently in the table of origin, it sets the pointer underneath it. Anything that gets entered afterwards will not be picked into the setup table. Okay, will not be picked into the setup table. Anything that comes afterwards, remember that I said data will always go into the table of origin regardless. And then once the data source is active, it will go into the extraction queue. But we all know that best practice or business, real life situation is you have to activate your extra structure before you can even think of filling the setup table. So that means that before you fill the setup table, before you came in here, that data source or that extra structure is active. So that means that new records that will come in will go there. So immediately you hit this, the pointer sets in your table of origin. New records that come in right after you hit this will go into your extraction queue in the table of origin in parallel. Okay, now let's say that you went to activate your extra structure and then you decided to fill your setup table a day after. Okay, that means that the new records, that means that the records that are probably in your setup table, sorry, let me take that again. So you've activated your extra structure in LBWE. Okay, so it's active. So that means that any records that have been entered will go there into the extraction queue. And then you decided to come to fill your setup table a day after. Okay, that means that the records that are in the extraction queue can be picked up again into your setup table, right? Because whatever gets in the extraction queue would also go into the table of origin. And you only pick what is in the table of origin into your setup table. That makes sense, right? Does that make sense? Let me repeat myself again. So you did have you know what, let me open up an Excel sheet.
So Eva,
Yes.
so it means that you mentioned today you activated your X structure, and any data will go into a table of origin and the queue. Okay.
Okay.
And tomorrow you come and you fill your setup table. So it will bring all the information from the table of origin, but that information, some of the information will also be in the queue, okay?
Yeah.
And if you say, for example, if you get the new data, so that data will go, after when you fill up the setup table, and the new data will go in your queue. If you do a delta on your data source in your BW, so it means the delta will also bring some of the data that you already fill up when you do the init.
Yes. So that means that you get duplicates, right?
Yes, yes.
Yes. Yes, that is what it is. So, and that is wrong. So if you understand how all these things behave, then you know how to control that not to get duplicates, right?
Oh, okay.
Right. So what you think, I want you to use logic to answer me this. I mean, it's okay if it's not right. I haven't said it, but let me see if you can, from a logical standpoint, what do you think you have to do to avoid the duplicates? What do you think? Think about it.
Okay, then delete the setup table.
Okay, so let's talk about it. So if you delete the setup table, that means that you only have the records that is in the extraction queue, right? That's all you have in BW.
Yes.
What about, and remember, whatever is in the extraction queue will only have data that came in after you activated the data source. It doesn't mean that it will have records 20 years back. So what happens if you need all those records? Where are you going to get it from? Are you with me?
There should be some kind of mechanism that you can log.
Yes.
Your
so what do you think? Let's dialogue this together. I like this part of the work because really the how to do it is very simple. The thought process is what is key, and that is what distinguishes you from, ordinary consultants. So let's dialogue it through. Let's think about it. You have data in setup table. Okay, so let me type certain things. So you had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in table of origin. Okay, and then you activate. So you had this yesterday. Okay, or let's say even today, this was what was there, the status of your table of origin. And then you went and activated your extra structure in LPWE. So the new records, the new entries that we're doing came in. It picked it up because it's active. So you had 10 come in here, 11 come in here, and 12 come in here. And then remember I said they will also be in the table of origin because that's the main parent transaction. It has to be there. So it goes over them too. So it's going to be 10, 11, and 12. Let me put a comma. Okay, so it came here, and then you only have 10, 11, 12 in the extraction queue because those were the only entries that got entered after you did the activation. Okay, so you wanted to, because the true status of your data is 1 through 12. Okay, you want to get that data into BW. So over here, you fill the setup table. Okay, remember that whatever you fill, if you are not selectively filling and you are running, you're filling it wide open, whatever is in the table of origin is what will get transferred over here. So you transferred everything in the table of origin at that particular time into the setup table. So you had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 come into your setup table because it got transferred over here. Okay, and you want to load into BW. So in BW you did init, and then init, because init picks up from setup table, you had everything going into BW, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 going into BW. And then later you went and did delta. And then since extraction queue is what gets pushed into RSA 7, this will go into RSA 7. Delta will pick it up from RSA 7. So you're going to have 10, 11, 12 again. Okay, so what is going to happen is that you're going to have in your cube, if cube is your target, you're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10, 11, 11, 12, 12. And that is a no-no. That is very wrong because this is not the true state of your data in ECC. ECC is just this, not that. Okay, so you have duplicates. So how do you get rid of the duplicates? That is the reason they give intermediary tables, so you can control data. Okay, so you can control and make sure that you don't have duplicates and you don't miss records. Okay, so what you will do is, and that is why if you remember my pointers, the first pointer I gave was, and let me see if it's in this over here. Okay, so it's over here. Remember we said delete setup table, and then I also typed that delete extraction queue prior to filling setup table. So before you fill the setup table, you have to delete the extraction queue too. That is the only way you can get rid of, or that is one of the ways that helps you take care of duplicates. So think about it. You haven't filled this yet. Data is here like that. Extraction queue has this. And then before you want to fill the setup table, since you know very well that if you fill the setup table, you will transfer everything that is here again. You want to make sure that if there's anything in here, everything in here is not true delta. Because extraction queue really is supposed to capture deltas for you. And delta means new. Okay, so when you say new, new means that it shouldn't be the same status as the table of origin as at the time you're filling it. So new is always with a reference point. Anything, if you say new, there is always a reference point to new. Okay, if you're driving a 2012 car, as at last year, yes, it was new. As of now, today, 2003, new year, it's not new anymore. So it's always with a reference point. Its reference point is always to do with time. Okay, as at the time you are filling the setup table, 10, 11, 12 is not new anymore. But as at the time it came into the extraction queue, it was new. So as far as the setup table is concerned, 10, 11, 12 is not new. Because it hasn't set any pointer in table of origin yet. Once it sets the pointer in table of origin, then anything that comes after the pointer is true delta, is new to setup table. Okay, So right now, 10, 11, 12 is not new to setup table, because as far as setup table is concerned, it's history, because it's, before it's going to fill up, it's already here. So it's old as far as timeline is concerned. As far as the very time you're going to set it up is concerned, 10, 11, 12 is old. So it will come into setup table. So for you to make sure that you only have new records come into extraction queue only after you've done the filling, or only after you've set the pointer. You want to make sure that before you fill this, there's nothing in here in B. Because B should only be newer. B should only have records only after you've done fill. And you know for sure that you haven't done fill, and this already has records, so it's old. So what you want to do is you want to delete it. And then once you delete it, you fill. But the reason, remember when I started this, I was saying that on the job, and this only applies to logistics, sometimes you will go in midnight. Or, they choose off work hours where there's not too much transactions going on. And believe you me, sometimes they even deliberately lock users out. They hold it, they do a freeze. Nobody can enter data into the system. Okay, because the manner in which logistics data come in, it comes in by the second. You'll be so surprised that today, right this minute, it's 12:20, right? You go and delete the data. We just deleted 10, 11, 12, and then you go in here to fill. And then even before you hit execute, before you even hit the clock, 13 has come in. Seconds before you hit this. What happens? If this comes in here seconds before you hit this, right? As far as you haven't hit it, it's history. It will be here and it will get picked up over here. So you will still have duplicate. So it's very delicate in nature. But how do you know for sure that whilst you're filling this, records will not come in here before you hit fill? If you log users and you know for sure users are not entering data, for sure you know that there will not be any data over here. Or if you go at midnight, who is doing entries anyway? Nobody's going to enter data. So even though this is active, your data extraction, your extra structure is active, nobody's entering data, so there will not be any data coming in here. Okay, so these are some of the checks we do as far as logistics is concerned. And I've had to work, at midnight before. There was one time we had to go in at 4 a.m. Was it 4 a.m.? I think 2 a.m. And finish everything before, the day starts. Just to make sure that we take care of duplicates. Because trust me, you can handle this with finance because data will not come in minute by minute. But with logistics, you will go delete data, and just before you log into LBW, SBIW, or to set up table to fill, another user has entered data. There's data here. It would impact the way you can't do anything because, it won't give you accurate results. And that was why I took my time to explain logistics and the rampant nature of logistics and the delicate nature of logistics, because that is what it is in real life.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
So now you're giving the example here in the BW side, cube, okay?
Okay.
So to avoid these things, companies are, you also given one of the examples before, designers, they use DSO to avoid this kind of, duplicates. So,
yes.
So that will also play a role,
Yes. So people don't worry a lot if they have DSO in between. But remember that DSO has its own functionalities. And remember last week when I was showing you the making a generic data source Delta enabled, there was an option that can only go to a queue. Remember, you cannot use a DSO. Let me go there to show you. So DSO is good, but remember that not everything makes sense to use a DSO. So when you have the data flow, let's say you are doing business content, it's purely business content, it's not customization. And the way business content data flow is, there is no DSO between. That means that you can't, there's nothing to take care of your duplicate, so you have to be careful, right? Let me show you this right here. Do you remember when I came over here and then I asked you guys to read, and then we're doing the additive delta and I did F1? And it says that this can only go into a cube. Okay, why is my system slowing down? But anyway, there are so many reasons why you want to make sure, even though you have DSOs to take care of you, to take care of your duplicates for you, you want to make sure that you do it right from ECC, because anything can go wrong in BW. Okay, because even DSO, remember when I was teaching DSO, if you don't set your keys right, let's say you don't know, or you don't even understand the nature of it, then you don't even do your keys right, it will not overwrite, right? Remember? Or let's say the nature of the data, even if it's going to a DSO, you need to do some, summary. You need to do summation. You don't need to do override. You have to do summation to take care of another thing you want for you. That means that you are using the summation functionality of the DSO and not the override, because you need a summation more than the override. So then how are you going to override duplicates? You can't. So there are so many scenarios, real life situations that demand that you don't use a DSO, or demand that even if you're using a DSO, it has to be summation. So if it's summation and it's not override, then you can't do anything about it.
What I'm trying to understand is that, say for example, in the design point of view, when I'm doing BW, say for example, if somebody asking me a question, okay, so if I am saying, oh, so my DSO for my staging, for pulling data from ECC, and I use DSO because to avoid, this kind of situations, they can put the question that, oh, so you can delete this an extraction queue in order to avoid it, and you don't need to use the DSO. So that designing point of view, I really want to go into, why I'm using DSO.
Yeah. So that's a very valid point, and it's a very good question you raised. But remember that I've always said concepts are very key. If you understand how everything works holistically, then you can give good answers to that. Okay, so DSO, the essence of DSO is not just to override, right? So let's say that if somebody is saying that, okay, if you can take care of the duplicates by deleting the extraction queue, then don't use the DSO. What if you need to consolidate data from different sources? DSO is the best thing to use, not a cube, right? So DSO has other functionalities besides override. So there are so many reasons you'd use a DSO. The override functionality is just one functionality of the DSO. That is not all it does. So there could be reasons why you are using DSO. So you can answer the person that, yeah, you are taking care of the duplicates from, by deleting entries from the extraction queue. But how are you going to consolidate data? If you delete records from extraction queue, that will not consolidate your data for you, right? If you need to pull data merge data into one from flat file, and another one from ECC, and let's say another one from another source system, a third-party source system, all into SAP, DSO is your best bet. So you answer the person that this is the reason you're using the DSO, and not because of the overrides. Does that help?
Yes, definitely. Thanks.
Okay, so I need you to have all, the functionalities fit together so well, and you will know, what to do. It's just like a seamstress, somebody who sews. When you go to training, they train you basic stuff, how to cut dresses, how to cut styles, how to fit buttons and, zips, and, they were explaining how everything works, generally. But after a while, you have to put the pieces together and know that one dress, you not keep sewing one dress all the time. Somebody will come with a new style. You have to understand, what the function of a zip is and know where to put the zip. If you've always put zip at the back, somebody's style will demand that you put it in front or put it somewhere else. So you have to understand how it functions like and what it does, in different states, and understand what the person is trying to accomplish or what the person wants, or how everything works together holistically to know what to do. Okay, and it comes when you grow. So when you grow as an artist, you realize that, you do a lot of different things from what is basic. Anyway, I wanted to show you that some delta mechanisms cannot go through a DSO, and this is taking forever, so I'm gonna kill it so we can continue. Okay, so back to my point. Before you fill the setup table, you want to delete it. These days, people do, and I've done that. It depends on your data flow. It depends on the company. It depends on the data. It depends on the nature. It depends on a lot of things. But I've done different things as far as logistics is concerned. Sometimes, with some clients, I've had to go in very early, like I said, at dawn, because there was no other way to take care of this. Sometimes I have to open two sessions side by side, open the setup table transaction and then open the extraction queues transaction, and just before I hit execute in the setup table, I make sure that there's no entry in the extraction queue. Okay, if there's an entry in the extraction queue, I will delete it before I hit the setup table. So opening the two windows side by side and making sure that there's nothing before you hit it. And some people just work on weekends where they know for sure that there's nothing. Some people will even totally lock users out, so they don't even post anything at all. Okay, so it's handled differently, but whatever it is, the end goal is to make sure that you're not losing data and you're not capturing duplicates. Okay, and it's very important to know how duplicates can come in and how you can lose data, so you know how to take care of it. So let's that was the second pointer. Let me pull it up. Okay, so before you fill the setup table, delete the extraction queue and then fill. Okay, remember I said that immediately you do fill, it sets a pointer in your table of origin for you. And my Excel is something else. So once you hit fill, it sets a pointer in your table of origin for you. And all that the pointer does is it tells you that anything after the pointer is your true delta. It's new. It's your true new change. Okay, so if in your extraction key is supposed to contain anything that comes in after the pointer in the table of origin. So if the pointer is set over here, once you hit fill setup table, pointer gets set over here. So anything that comes in 13, 14, 15 is considered new, and that is what has to be in. If that is what you have in your extraction queue, then you're good, because over here before the pointer, setup table will pick everything that was before the pointer. So it's going to have your 1 through 12. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It will have 1 through 12 for you. So when you have this is good enough. That means that you have taken care of everything, and it can go into BW, because this will be picked by your init, and then 13, 14, 15 will be picked up by your delta. And you know that you have complete records. true records, accurate records in BW. So the cube will not have these duplicates anymore, but it's going to be 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. Okay, it's going to be 13, 14, and 15 for you. So then you're good. You're complete. Okay, so let me show you how the extraction queue looks like. So the T code for extraction queue, and it's in here. How do you delete the entries in extraction queue? The T code is LBWQ. LBWG is for setup table deletion. LBWQ is for extraction queue deletion. Okay, so the reason you do extraction queue, you want to delete your extraction queue, is to make sure that there is no records there prior to filling the setup table. Okay, this computer is just... It's just not responding. I'm switching to the other computer. But I wanted to show you something in the system. So that's fine, they come up. So this is what you have. Okay, so extraction queue is LBWQ. Setup table is LBWG. And they are all for deletion. Okay, fill in is SBIW, or you type in the transaction code directly. Okay, so the reason you delete the extraction queue is so you make sure that there is no record there before filling setup, because records that have to be in extraction queue should be there, should be records that gets captured there after the setup table is filled. So if you haven't filled it, there's no point having records there, so that's the reason you delete it. Okay, and the extraction queue is the intermediary table for RSA7. Remember I was telling you that the intermediary tables for logistics. Intermediary table for table of origin or for historics is the setup table. The intermediary table for your deltas is your extraction queue. So the new records are supposed to queue up over here before it goes to RSA7. And the reason they designed this is the rampant nature of data. It's just how logistics data is. So let's say that, for instance, you're filling setup table. Okay, it's taking 5 hours and new records are coming in. New records coming in, they have to queue somewhere for you. Because if they go straight to RSA7 like the regular extractors do, guess what will happen? Guess what will happen? They will be lost if there is no intermediary place to capture them. And this is filling. This is not done. If this is not done, you cannot have initialization in BW, right? If it's not done, why have initialization? What are you going to pull? It's not ready for you. You can't have initialization. If there is no initialization, then that means the RSA7 is not active for you. So if there is no intermediary table to hold this up, that means that all the new records that will go, they will go into a vacuum and they won't have any placeholder to hold them, and they will be lost. So that is why they set an intermediary table, so that whilst this is being done, they know for sure that whilst this is being done, it's not done. Seconds after, every second, records can be posted. So they need to be captured somewhere secure. So the extraction queue comes in handy that way. That is the essence of the extraction queue, to capture records that come in, the new records that come in. Hold them temporarily, queue up, prior to pushing it into RSA7. And with the regular extractors, okay, RSA7 data gets pushed into RSA7 directly. It's not a pull, it's a push. Records will be posted into RSA7 whether you like it or not. In logistics, you control what you want to send to RSA7. With logistics, it's a pull. So you go into the extraction queue, and then you would determine what you want to get, what you want to transfer, or when you want to transfer data into RSA7. Because if they did not design it like that, and it's a push like the standard, like the regular extractors, until you've done initialization, if setup table is still failing, and you haven't had initialization, and new records that come in will get posted there automatically, it will be lost because you haven't done initialization immediately because setup table is not done filling. Okay, so that is why they have the intermediary table. So this holds it. So when you're ready to push it to RSA7, remember that you can only push it to RSA7 when you've done initialization in BW. Until you do initialization, do not go push the data into RSA7. Else it will be lost. So what enables you to push the data from here to here is something we call job control. Okay, that is why you have this triangle job control, this red triangle that says job control over here in between your extraction queue and RSA7. Because it is an activity you do, you the consultant, you the BW consultant, you do to push the data into RSA7. So you manually go push it. With the regular data sources, it's a direct push. You don't control that push. It is pushed anyway. Okay, and the reason I'm saying push, you go push it, I'm not saying you go pull it, is when you're pulling something, you have to stand at the target, at the destination you're pulling into, stand there and then pull from the source. Okay, if the target is RSA7, that's where you want to get the data to. We don't stand in RSA7 to get the data there, so it is not a push. We stand somewhere else to push the data into RSA7. That is why I'm calling it a push. Okay, and the reason, again, we have logistics cockpits because, like the pilot story, it has everything. You go there to push the data into RSA7. You go there to activate your extract structure. You go there to do so many things. It's one stop point for everything. And ECC is just misbehaving on me right now. But anyway, let's wait for it to come back normal. Yep, so that is what you do. And I'll show you how to do it. They are just clicks, but I need you to understand that there is a table of origin, there is a setup table which you fill, there is an extraction queue, and before you can move data just queues up. New records are supposed to queue in extraction queue, awaiting transfer into RSA7. Once you push the data into RSA7, Delta extractors can pick the records now into BW for you, just like the regular data sources. Okay, so this job, when do you control this job? You control this job if you do not want data to freely flow or to freely flow into RSA7. That is when you control this job. And this job can be automated. Okay, so you can set this job to always run on hourly basis, 2 hours, every 30 minutes. It doesn't matter. Whatever you want to do. I've had jobs that run hourly, 30 minutes, every day. It totally depends on how frequent data gets posted or how frequent data comes into extraction queue or how frequent you want to have that data into BW. Okay, so in here, let's say that you've automated a job to automatically pick records that come here into extraction queue to RSA7. And you've done that, you've set that to run every hour. Okay, so you have your job in set for you. What do you think will happen if you have that automated and you haven't done initialization yet? Can somebody try that? If you haven't done initialization yet, you know what happens, right? In BW, you know what happens. So if there is no initialization, you haven't done initialization, but you have automated the job in ECC, you have a job that picks data from anything from extraction queue into your RSA7 for you. It pushes it there. So any records come here, it pushes it over here. And you haven't done initialization in BW. Can somebody take a try at it? What do you think will happen?
Data will be lost.
Thank you. Data will be lost. And that's exactly what happens. Does anybody disagree with this? And I feel like Khan is the only person that is following this. Do you guys get it? Roxanne, does it make sense or it's all confusing? Roxanne, I want to hear your voice.
What was that again? Hello?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, so what do you think?
It's okay. It's just, oh Lord.
It's just too much information, right? It's too delicate.
A lot of information, but I mean, it does make sense.
Yes, logistics is very delicate, but it's so interesting when you get it all together. And trust me, there's been people working. There are people who are working. They've been working for 7 years, for years, and they still cannot understand logistics, how logistics works.
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
I'm not kidding. I've been on the job with consultants, and they are very seasoned consultants, but they just can't process logistics. It's just too much for them. So if you can get this, trust me, you are as good as somebody who's been working for 7 years.
Yeah, I think this is the part we should be spending much more time on.
Okay, so what we are saying, or what Khan said is, Christopher, your head is blood. Don't worry, it will get clearer. Okay, and good for you. Pentacle system did not even have the T code, so when Evans fixes it, I will take it again. But I will not be this detailed, so it's very important you go back to watch the videos and try to understand, because it's going to be fast track when I take it up again. Okay, so what Khan said, or the answer he gave makes sense, because we already know that if you haven't done initialization in BW, RSA7 will not be active for you, right? That means that it will be nothing but a vacuum, just an empty space with no placeholder for your data. And if you have set jobs to move every hour, and there is nowhere, no holding place for that data, it will go get lost, right? If you have pipe running and there is no bucket underneath the pipe, water will just flow into the ground and it will disappear. You won't capture anything. You will get lost. That water will be lost because you didn't have any placeholder for it. So that is all it means. So putting all those pieces together can tell me if this doesn't make sense. Does it make sense to say that prior to you filling the setup table, make sure that there is no job running. If there is any job running, deactivate the job. Set off the job prior to you filling the setup table. Would that make sense to you?
Of course.
Okay, can you explain to me why it makes sense?
Yeah, because if you haven't, set up delta Q, if the job is running in the background, any new data will come into extraction queue. It will push to RSA7, but RSA7 is not being initialized, so data will be lost. So that's why.
Okay. So why is RSA7 not initialized? Because it doesn't make sense to initialize RSA. It doesn't make sense to do initialization in BW if you haven't filled the setup table, right?
Yeah.
Because why do you do initialization? To pick the data from setup table. So if you haven't filled the setup table, there is no point executing that info packet in BW, right? So that means that if setup table is not filled, then you wouldn't have done initialization. It doesn't make sense to do initialization. So if initialization is not done, then don't get data into RSA7. It will get lost. So it just makes sense that before you fill setup table, make sure that there's no job running, because it's a ripple effect. So that's all there is to it. And then if you step off the job and there's no job running, and now you want to automate your job control, you automate the jobs to run after you have done initialization, so that it can get picked or it can get pushed into RSA7 for you. And that is it. That completes your Delta process. Why is this thing bothering me like that? That completes your whole logistics for you. Having said that, this is the most complex with logistics. Logistics can also get simple, but unfortunately the complex one is the best approach to go with. The complex one is what will guarantee you good data. Logistics can also be very simple as non-logistics data sources, where you don't have all these intermediary tables. There is no setup table, there is no extraction queue. There is probably a setup table. Yeah, you will have setup table, but there is no extraction queue at all. But it's risky in itself. Okay. And how do you know when to use the complex one and when not to use the complex one? So if you come into LBWE, and this thing will still not get me in there. My computer is just crazy. But if you guys recollect, when I went into LBWE, yeah, Rustin is tired. It's 12:50, so the computer is tired too. But if you remember, when we went into LBWE, you remember the place I went to activate it, the pencil I clicked on, to the extreme right, there were other update modes that had Q delta, direct delta, and stuff like that. Did you guys see that? Probably not. Can you saw that? Okay, that was very good notice. So over there are other update modes that does direct delta, Q delta, and V3 unserialized. Okay. It's another topic on its own, but I'll just brush it real quick. We will, since we're going to be doing logistics again, just to make sure that you get it all together, I will reserve the details for next week, but let me just brush it off a little bit. So anytime you're doing Q delta is what we have talked about. So if your update mode is doing Q delta, this is what you do. You have to have your extraction queue and all that. Oh, you watched Evans's video, that's why you remember. Good. So guys, you have to be watching the videos. Okay? And not to divert from this, next week or a week after this, I will be treating performance. I covered performance in last class, the previous class before your class. I covered performance. I would want you to go get that video, watch it, and get performance real good before I cover that. Okay, I was supposed to cover process chain in addition to logistics today, but we cannot. We'll cover process chains next week, and we'll do performance a week after, or probably I'll start it next week. But I need you to start watching the videos on performance. Okay, so everything we've talked about as far as logistics, you don't have last week's video. Kofi will talk about that. So everything we have talked about today as far as logistics is concerned, it's related to Q, the update mode that does queued delta. There is something that does direct. When it does direct delta, you don't have extraction queue in place at all. Data will be pushed to RSA7. Not to confuse you, I will not even go there at all. And there is another update mode that is called V3 or serialized. And it's not very different from Q delta. It's the same like Q delta. The only difference is the sequence in which data gets posted. Okay, so it's on a first come, first served basis. If record 1 was entered first, 1 will be posted first. That is Q delta. V3 on serialized doesn't have regard to sequence. It will post records, all records that is coming, whether 1 came in first or 2 came in second. It doesn't matter. You can just post everything in, without paying attention to the order. So that is just the difference between them. Having said that, I'm going to end over here because ECC is even misbehaving right now. So what I need you to do is go back and watch this video. If you don't get this video right away, we covered it in the previous class. Go get the previous class and watch logistics. Get all your questions down, all your confusions down. We'll clarify all that next week. Go over today's video again if you get it. And read a lot. Read and get your questions together. And next week, we want to make sure that we have logistics very, very, very well. Okay. Any questions before we call it a day? Okay, Kofi, are you there? Kofi is not there. I'll check with him, why the video is not, why you guys don't have the video. And I'm sure he will make it available for you. So no worries with that. Any questions before we call it a day? Okay, no questions. I know it's too much information. So let's end it over here. But I beg, go over this before you come back to class next week. Okay, and I will see you next week if there are no questions. Thanks. Bye. All right, so I've stopped the recording. If you guys want a coffee, let me call him to stop too. I can leave the, go to training on for you guys to talk if you want to, discuss anything.
The organizer has ended the session, and this